Transitioning to
T
internal
minus
power.
1 minute and 40 seconds. We're going on internal power now.
Just a few seconds away from the stage 2 LOX load being complete. It's been almost 9 years since we've been in this position. A lot of work done by thousands of people to get to this point. All our eyes focused on 2 now.
Stage 2 LOX load is closed out. Propellant fills are complete. Dragon is in auto idle.
Stage 2 LOX load complete. All fuel, all oxidizer on Falcon 9. 1 minute 34 seconds to go till launch.
Terminado. Vamos a... Todo se ha terminado de llenar y ahora estamos listos para el lanzamiento. Esperemos que todo esté en perfectas condiciones.
Falcon 9 is in startup. Dragon is in countdown. FTS is armed for launch.
Ok, acabamos de llegar a la marca de 1 minuto, bueno, 50 segundos, y ya todo se encuentra preparado, el sistema se encuentra ya configurado para el lanzamiento. Esperamos el conteo.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
Damos confirmación, damos luz verde para el lanzamiento por parte de SpaceX.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Nos preparamos para
Stage
el
1
conteo
T-minus 15 seconds.
en 8 segundos.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1.
Podemos ver que ya se efectúa el despegue. Podemos ver las etapas que se va a llevar a cabo en la parte inferior de nuestra pantalla. Tenemos el lanzamiento ya en el aire.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
En el lado superior izquierdo podemos ver la velocidad que alcanzó ya 1000 kilómetros por hora. Tenemos que alcanzar las 17,000 millas por hora para poder salir de la Tierra y poder llegar a la Estación Espacial Internacional. También podemos ver la altitud, que son, acabamos de cruzar la marca de 16 kilómetros por hora.
Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff.
Acabamos de cruzar la marca de los 3,000 kilómetros por hora y una altitud de 42 kilómetros. Hasta el momento no se ha presentado ningún problema, todo está bajo control. En 20 segundos estaremos esperando el despegue de la primera etapa de lo que es el Falcon 9.
We're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage. And we have MECO.
Pico.
2 Alpha.
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
Tenemos confirmación de la primera etapa ya efectuada.
MVAC ignition.
Esperamos que esta parte del Falcon 9 regrese a la Tierra. Y la segunda etapa acaba de iniciar.
Stage separation confirmed. The first stage beginning its flight back. The second stage being powered by that single Merlin 1D vacuum engine has ignited and is now carrying Bob and Doug into orbit. So they're going to continue under the power of this second
Stage 2
stage,
propulsion is nominal.
which will cut off at SECO, or second engine cut off at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight. So a little over 5 minutes to go.
La segunda etapa se llevará a cabo alrededor de... La duración de la segunda etapa va a tener 9 minutos aproximadamente. Y bueno, acabamos de cruzar la marca de 7,000 kilómetros por hora con una altitud de aproximadamente 140 kilómetros.
Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Acquisition of signal in Bermuda.
SpaceX Dragon nominal trajectory.
All right, here in nominal trajectory, so Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill. Heard acquisition of signal Bermuda. That's one of the other ground stations that they're using to get telemetry and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion is still nominal.
A little over 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
Como podemos ver, ya estamos por cruzar la marca de los 9,000 kilómetros por hora a una altitud de aproximadamente 190 kilómetros.
Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory continuing.
En la pantalla del lado derecho podemos ver que la primera etapa está a punto de regresar a la Tierra. Se está configurando para que pueda entrar a la Tierra.
We're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 Merlin engines do ignite to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And then after the entry burn will be the landing burn, which is just a single engine
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory.
And you heard
Nominal
Starting
trajectory.
chill for entry burn.
there's that call out. They are still on a nominal trajectory on Dragon, still on second stage, and that's that MVAC engine on second stage on your left screen. Again, on your right screen is that first stage booster coming back towards our drone ship. Of course, I still love you. We're about a minute away from entry.
Podemos ver que en la pantalla del lado derecho, la primera etapa del Falcon 9 se encuentra en preparación para entrar a la Tierra, para regresar a su plataforma de despegue.
Stage 2 propulsion is still good.
A little over 3 minutes until Dragon physically separates from the second stage of the Falcon 9 after the upper
Dragon
stage gets a
SpaceX
chance.
nominal trajectory.
En lado izquierdo podemos ver la segunda etapa del Falcon 9 que se mantiene en una condición perfecta en trayectoria hacia lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional. Podemos ver también que en el lado derecho se puede notar algunas propulsiones de lo que es la primera parte, la primera etapa del Falcon 9, que está a punto de regresar hacia la Tierra. En estos momentos podemos ver que efectivamente ha empezado a descender.
While that entry burn continues, we're just about a minute away from SECO. We'll have a number of events all happen in rapid succession. It'll be the second engine cutoff.
Stage 1
We'll
entry
be
burn
looking for
shutdown.
that stage 1 landing burn shortly after.
Yeah, actually, just within a few seconds of each other. It's such a cool view on your left screen, seeing Bob and Doug on Dragon. Right now, you can see the displays that they are seeing right now themselves.
Terminal guidance.
MVAC throttle step.
Podemos ver que ya cruzamos la marca de los 22 kilómetros por hora y ya llevamos con una altitud de los 200 kilómetros aproximadamente. Podemos ver que ya la parte también, la primera etapa del Falcon 9 se encuentra en entrada hacia la Tierra.
You heard Shannon, so that just means they're in their final abort zones. If they were to abort at this point, it would either be an abort to orbit or to land off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for second
Stage 1 landing
cutoff
startup.
confirmation.
MVAC throttle step. MVAC shutdown.
Stage 1 landing layer.
Confirmation of SECO's second engine cutoff.
Now we are waiting for our first stage to make its way to our drone ship. Of course, I still love you.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbital insertion.
Ok, aquí estamos viendo la plataforma en donde la primera etapa del Falcon 9 estará a punto de aterrizar.
What you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage is successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed.
Podemos ver que ya la primera estación, la primera etapa del Falcon 9 aterrizó. Acaba de aterrizar en la plataforma. Todo de forma sin ningún problema. Se acaba de aterrizar. Mientras la segunda etapa sigue en funcionamiento. Esperamos que el despegue de la segunda etapa termine. Y de esta forma la cápsula Dragón se dirija hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Vemos que el combustible acaba de terminar y que ya están marcando la separación en unos 20 segundos. Podemos ver que ya los astronautas también se encuentran ahí lanzando un pequeño dinosaurio.
And before Dragon initiates separation from the second stage, they do make sure to they do ensure that the vehicle is not spinning and it is in good condition before we separate.
That's right, the upper stage does small attitude maneuver using some cold gas thrusters built into the rocket body itself.
Exactly. So we do expect that separation to occur in about a minute from now, but they do wait until they have full confirmation that it is ready to separate. Such cool views. I cannot get over this view that we are seeing right now. Bob and Doug on the right screen, inside of Crew Dragon, out in space.
Yeah, already 200 kilometers over planet Earth, or a little over 124 miles, traveling in excess of 2,700 meters, 27,000 meters per second, or about 16,000 miles per hour.
Acabamos de cruzar lo que es la marca de los 27 kilómetros por hora a una altitud casi exacta de los 200 kilómetros de la Tierra. Solo estamos en espera de la separación por la segunda etapa de lo que es el Falcon 9.
It sounds like we had an expected LOS loss of signal with one of the ground stations. Waiting for confirmation now of that
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon separation confirmed.
There is a great
la separación, la confirmación de la separación de la segunda etapa del Falcon 9 y podemos ver ahí cómo se encuentra la separación en nuestra pantalla del lado derecho. Y en este momento es efectivo la situación de que la cápsula Dragón se encuentra en el espacio rumbo hacia lo que es la estación Internacional.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground. Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Oh, and
Good luck.
Proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
Vuelvo a repetir, la cápsula Dragón ya está configurada para que llegue a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Realmente los astronautas no tienen que hacer mucho en este aspecto, ya que ellos únicamente tienen que vigilar que todo se encuentre en buenas condiciones. En caso de que esto no suceda, ellos pueden tomar mando y pueden controlar de forma manual la cápsula Dragón.
More than 90 degrees, goes up to about, I think, 105 degrees, and that's going to expose the actual docking ring and the hatch that they're going to be going through once they attach to the International Space Station, and also 4 of those Draco thrusters, we call them the forward bulkhead thrusters, that are going to be used for these major phase burns or firings of those thrusters to actually raise their orbit gradually over the coming hours. Also heard good activation of the ECLSS, that's the Environmental Control and Life Support System. That's everything controlling their atmosphere, just keeping Dragon a nice, safe, habitable environment where they're going to be living for the next 19 hours until they arrive at the space station.
Right, exactly. And Falcon 9's job may be done for today, but the mission is not over. Crew Dragon's job is not done. As you can see, Bob and Doug are still inside Crew Dragon, making their way. It will be a 19-hour trip to the International Space Station before they dock tomorrow morning.
Como podemos ver, el vuelo tomará aproximadamente 19 horas, así que para el día de mañana, a muy temprana hora, estos astronautas estarán conectándose con la Estación Espacial Internacional. Vuelvo a repetir de que en la Estación Internacional se encuentra un brazo robótico, el cual ayudará a la conexión de esta nave, y que pues la nave se encuentra ya configurada para que llegue a la estación espacial. Como podemos notar, los astronautas pues no hacen mucho en la nave, únicamente están monitoreando de que todo se encuentre en perfectas condiciones, ya que si sucediera algún problema, pues ellos tendrían que tomar el mando en ese mismo momento para que no haya ningún problema y puedan llegar a la estación espacial sin ningún problema.
I mean, this is a day, this is a historical day. This is us kicking off that new era of spaceflight that we've all been talking about and longing for since the Space Shuttle program came to an end in 2011.
Yes.
And the weather cooperated.
Yes, second time's a charm.
Right.
All right, so day for the history books. As you can see, we have lost some live signal there, but the mission still continues, and we're going to send it over to KSC to continue broadcasting live with you.
Loss of signal in Newfoundland.
Yeah, Jesse and Dan, we are just in awe over here. When I woke up this morning and looked at the weather forecast,
bueno, como podemos ver, se ha perdido la conexión hacia la nave, hacia la cápsula Dragón, y bueno, pues en estos momentos no tenemos conexión hacia la cápsula Dragón, pero esperemos que todo vaya bien, ya que ellos estarían llegando a la Estación Espacial Internacional el día de mañana a una temprana hora de la madrugada y que pues estarán en la estación espacial por al menos un mes, de 1 a 4 meses, y después estarían regresando a la Tierra después de ese tiempo. Después de un largo tiempo de no tener ningún lanzamiento desde suelo americano, se vuelve a retomar esta competencia espacial, especialmente con Rusia, ya que todos los vuelos anteriores se han elaborado en lo que son tierras extranjeras. Además, podemos ver que SpaceX pues ya tiene la certificación aprobada de NASA. Esto con el fin de que SpaceX pueda llevar más personas al espacio y que en el futuro pues se pueda hacer viajes comerciales hacia el espacio.
Vice President Mike Pence and NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, who joins me now, and you were with the President and the Vice President. America's back, launching human astronauts again. Tell me how you feel about that, and tell me about the President watching the launch and what happened there.
So this has been a long time coming. It's been 9 years since we've launched American astronauts on American rockets from American soil, and now it's done. We have done it. It's been way too long. I want to give a lot of credit to Charlie Bolden. He was my predecessor as the NASA administrator. He fought hard for this program at a time when it didn't get any support in Congress. We now have an administration that is fully supportive of our spaceflight initiatives, not just on the exploration, discovery, going to the moon, onto Mars, but also from a Space Force perspective. Our budgets are going up, things are strong, and today was just just an amazing day. You know, one of the things the President did right out of the gate when he became President is he created what's called the National Space Council, and he put the Vice President as chairman of the National Space Council. And on that National Space Council, you've got the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Education, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, all of these different amazing individuals that deal with space day in and day out. A lot of people don't realize how many parts of the federal government deal with space. And the Vice President invited those members of the National Space Council here as well. So we just had, and then we had members of Congress, bipartisan members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, who have been involved in supporting this program you know, for a long time now. So I'll just tell you, I'm breathing a sigh of relief. But I will also tell you, I am not going to celebrate until Bob and Doug are home safely. Tomorrow, they're going to dock to the International Space Station. Tonight, I'm heading to Houston to be at the Johnson Space Center when that happens. So it's a bit of a relief. The nose cone is now open. It's now deployed, which means that you know, now we're going to go into some burns. We're going to have some phasing burns. We're going to have some you know, boosting burns, and we're going to get as much as we can in alignment with the International Space Station as early as possible here. But also, I know it's hard, but you know, the big thing that we need to do now is we got to get Bob and Doug, who have now gone through this exercise twice. They need to get some rest. But I can guarantee you there will be no rest for a good amount of time while they're up there in orbit.
And they are certainly on their way, and a lot of people joining us for this entire celebration and watching it. We just heard 10 million people watching live as this launch happened, and President Donald Trump becoming the third sitting president to watch a launch live from the Kennedy Space Center. The first.
To be clear, I think he's the only sitting president to watch American astronauts launch on a brand new rocket that has never launched before, and that's a big risk. You know, he also said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. That means he's putting himself at risk to say, look, I'm going to be accountable, potentially, I'm going to be accountable to the initiatives that I put forward. And I think we have not had that kind of leadership for space in a very, very long time, and we're so grateful for it.
What was it like watching the launch with the president? How did he react?
Oh, I'll tell you, it's obviously something that is near and dear to him. He said it a year and a half ago. He put it in the State of the Union speech. He said, we're going to launch American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. And of course, I was like, in my head, I'm thinking, we better get after this. And of course, we've worked overtime to make it happen. We might be a little behind schedule, but we got it done, and we got it done safely. We're knocking on wood, but so far so good. It's looking good.
You personally, Jim, as that rocket was lifting off and you felt that rumble?
Yeah.
What'd you feel? What'd you experience?
Well, I was praying. I'm not going to lie to you. I was praying. I was praying for Bob and Doug. I was praying for their families. I was praying for their safe return, even though they're just going. But man, I'll tell you, it was, I've heard that rumble before, but it's a whole different feeling when you've got your own team on that rocket. And they are our team. They are America's team. This is Launch America. This is everything that America has to offer in its purest form. And times are tough right now. There is no doubt. We've got the coronavirus pandemic. We have other challenges as a country. But I hope this moment in time.
Por aquí tenemos una pregunta que ¿cuánto tiempo durará? Bueno, el vuelo se espera que tenga 19 horas. Se espera que 19 horas esté llegando a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Y después ellos se van a encontrar ahí por alrededor de un mes o 4 meses, dependiendo de la situación, y después estarían regresando a la Tierra. El despegue, la salida del cohete del Falcon 9, bueno, pues como vimos es solo unos cuantos minutos hasta que llega a la órbita baja. Después de la órbita baja, pues estaría efectuando su camino hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional y estarían conectándose a la Estación Internacional el día de mañana por la madrugada. En la Estación Espacial Internacional se encuentra un brazo robótico el cual va a estar ayudando a acoplar la cápsula Dragón con lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional.
That's happening here at 6:30 this evening Eastern Time on NASA TV. We'll have
Approach 0 has started and the trajectory has converged on waypoint 1. Expect arrival at waypoint 1 at 1322 UTC.
Dragon copies on the big loop, 13:22.
So those words from Anna there, confirming good convergence. So what that means is the trajectory of the spacecraft is now syncing up with where waypoint 0, waypoint 1 would be when both spacecraft are moving forward in time. So that means that Dragon will be right where it needs to be, and we're expecting Dragon to reach waypoint 1 about 25 minutes from now.
Yeah, and that still puts us about 16 minutes ahead of the original timeline. So we're expected to arrive at waypoint 1 at 13:22 UTC, or 6:22 a.m. over here on the West Coast in Hawthorne. And if we continue to track about 16 or so minutes early, we may get to that docking a little bit early as well. Again, we were tracking right around 7:30 a.m. Over here on the West Coast. So we may be more in the neighborhood of about the 7:15, but obviously that just depends on how all of the additional maneuvers go. But Dragon so far moving ahead of schedule in its flight to the International Space Station. We've moved past waypoint 0, so we're inside 400 meters right now, just under 370 meters away from the station. Already converged on its next stop is going to be waypoint 1. And once it gets there, again, the crew is going to jump in and command a hold before they move into their manual piloting test.
Muy buenos días, sean todos nuestros visitantes. En este momento se acaba de anunciar de que la nave o la cápsula Dragón se encuentra adelantada 15 minutos hacia adelante. Estaría llegando 15 minutos más temprano de lo que se había acordado, se había calculado. Y bueno, hace unos momentos acaban de confirmar de que ya se terminó la propulsión, ya no hay ningún motor encendido, es simplemente la gravedad o la velocidad que estos propulsores le dejaron a la nave, es la única velocidad que mantiene la cápsula Dragón. Entonces esperemos que esto no ocasione problemas. En unos momentos estaríamos viendo cómo la cápsula Dragón se estaría acoplando a lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional.
All right, it is 6 a.m. here in Hawthorne. If you're just now tuning in, the Dragon spacecraft well in range of the International Space Station right now, just 350 meters away. We've stepped through all of our procedures, all of our burns, all of our maneuvers to get Dragon to this point since we launched just a little over 17 and a half hours ago. Dragon was able to make all of its maneuvers to get it on the same orbital plane as the International Space Station, and we've already begun integrated operations between the teams here in Hawthorne and those out in Mission Control Houston, and now we're just really getting into some of the final steps before Dragon makes it to the space station.
Yeah, and on your screen right now we're in orbital night, so the Earth is blocking the sun, but you can see the lights from the Dragon spacecraft. That flashes a light that's right along the forward hatch. Right now, Dragon is in a relative pointing mode that's pointed directly at the space station and making its way towards waypoint 1, which is about 220 meters below the station. The International Space Station, when we're doing proximity operations, has a couple of imaginary gates. They're sort of three-dimensional shapes around the space station for vehicles that are approaching. Right now, we're moving towards a hold just outside of the 200-meter keep-out sphere. And Bob and Doug aboard, currently seated in their spacesuits, monitoring the transition. And when they get to waypoint 1, they'll issue a hold to conduct a manual flight test on this test flight mission.
Yeah, this will be their second manual flight test, and really the second kind of key objective for them to really put Dragon through the ringers. This is a demonstration flight. This is that final test before we certify the SpaceX Dragon to operationally carry full crew complements to the International Space Station. They were able to complete their first flight test shortly after getting on orbit. That one, they focused on changing Dragon's attitude, using the Earth as a guide to put Dragon in a very specific orientation known as local vertical, local horizon, essentially putting it in an orientation the same as a plane flying over the surface of the Earth. So the attitude control of Dragon, just one part of, or really one half of controlling the spacecraft. Now they're going to be testing out the translational maneuvers. So once they command that hold, the first thing that they'll do is align Dragon very precisely with the actual docking axis, and then they'll step through and send a number of commands to the spacecraft through those touch screens, moving it across a couple of different axes. So again, translational means you're moving left, right, forward, backwards, up, down, and that's one half of really controlling the spacecraft, is you have all of these different axes to worry about, both translational and for attitude. So they'll step through those. Depending on how those go, we'll then be able to move in for the final approach.
Yeah, that's right. One thing to consider with a spacecraft is it is a three-dimensional body that's moving in space. So you not only have to control your X, Y, Z.
En estos momentos nos encontramos a 300 o casi 300 metros, kilómetros de lo que es la estación espacial. Estaremos esperando unos momentos en lo que se acerca a la estación espacial, y de esta forma se podrá acoplar lo que es la cápsula Dragón a la estación internacional. esta cápsula, recordemos que esta cápsula fue, ya está configurada para que llegue a la estación espacial. Lo único que tienen que hacer los astronautas es estar alerta de que la trayectoria de la cápsula Dragón se encuentra en buena posición. Una vez que se acerque a la estación espacial, pues la cápsula va a ser operada manualmente en caso de que no haya algún problema, y va a ser ayudado también por lo que es un brazo robótico que se encuentra en la estación espacial para ayudar en el acoplamiento de esta cápsula Dragón. Recordemos también que este lanzamiento que se efectuó el día de ayer desde Florida ayudará a SpaceX a tener una certificación que va a llevar humanos a el espacio. Esto con el fin de empezar a comercializar los viajes hacia el espacio. En los próximos 4 años se estaría llevando lo que es la siguiente misión hacia la Luna, y después estaremos presenciando lo que es el vuelo hacia Marte.
Below. We're a little more than halfway through this orbital nighttime. We should be getting sunrise in about 15 minutes from now. And at that point, we will be just about arriving at waypoint 1. So we should be getting sunrise right as Dragon is arriving, just about 220 meters out in front of the space station.
Here's a cool view from the station.
Aquí podemos ver claramente desde la estación espacial que los puntos verde y rojo es la cápsula Dragón, y como vemos se está acercando ya a la estación espacial internacional. Aquí podemos ver una toma, me parece que es desde la cápsula Dragón. Podemos ver lo que es la estación espacial internacional. Y bueno, vemos que ya nos encontramos muy cerca de esta estación. Por lo tanto, no creo que tarde mucho para el acoplamiento.
Pretty cool. You can actually you can see the solar panels and actually the thermal radiators there. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat and the pilot seat. Doug in the command.
Una vez más podemos ver aquí lo que son los monitores que se encuentran en la cápsula Dragón. Lo que los astronautas están viendo, podemos ver que por ahí están haciendo algunos movimientos. Una vez más, tenemos vista hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Controls. So when the vehicle is in an appropriate state to receive those commands, they can just hop in and use those touch-sensitive gloves, issue commands to the vehicle's attitude control system.
Have a little over 13 and a half minutes still in this maneuver. It is really cool to get this look inside. And again, that screen in the middle, you can see the trajectory that Dragon is on. And if they were to just continue, it would eventually take them on a path away from the International Space Station. But at the very top of really their orbital path right now, they'll converge on a point just 220 meters directly in front of the space station. So once they do get to that point, they'll be able to command a hold and have the vehicle essentially hover just a few hundred meters in front of the space station itself. They're moving at a pretty slow pace right now, but again, slow and steady wins the race whenever we're doing these docking maneuvers in close proximity to the station. We have about 13 minutes to go. They're moving at less than half a tenth of a meter per second as they continue to close in.
There's another view from the space station looking back, and there was a brief moment there when we were looking at Doug's display where you could see that same view that we had of the International Space Station. So they have those views from the vehicle overlaid on their displays to give them some awareness of their relative motion to the space station, especially handy if they had to actually step in for manual piloting to dock. Fingers crossed they won't have to do that today, though, and that the flight control system will operate as intended.
Yeah, we'll get the manual piloting demo, and then it'll be handed over to Dragon to do a nice, smooth operated, automated docking. Again, we've not been tracking any issues with the Dragon spacecraft on the whole flight uphill. Been moving through each of these burns a little bit ahead of schedule, running about 16 minutes or so ahead of the timeline as it was originally mapped out.
Yeah, very, very healthy vehicle, this test flight, very little. I'm sure Bob and Doug have a few things as well that they're getting used to. There's only so much a simulator can train you on. I think they had mentioned a little bit of that during the ascent portion. There are a few things that are a little different than what they expected. But just because when you're actually launching on a rocket, that's a different feeling than sitting in a training capsule.
Yeah, can't quite simulate a 9-minute ride on top of a controlled explosion in an office. But as they did give credit to the teams here at SpaceX, the actual piloting of the spacecraft went off exactly like their simulators. And so they're able to do all of that training here in Hawthorne, both in a cockpit simulator and in a full mock-up of the Dragon spacecraft itself, even able to get fully suited, plugged into the seats, go through all of the different systems that they had to get familiar with before they moved into their flight today.
Yeah, you and Jesse actually had a really cool opportunity to step in and see the training capsule. The team that I work on actually gets to help train the astronauts that are coming through, so I've had some cool opportunities to interface with the Crew 1 crew. They've already started their training for the Dragon vehicle.
Yeah, you get the really cool job. I get to come tag along every once in a while. But yeah, it was really exciting to literally sit in the seat where Bob and Doug were as they prepared for this mission. It was really exciting.
Station, it's Houston on the big loop for Chris, crew monitoring. Chris, you can begin to monitor the approach per step 1 of 1.104 crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Como podemos ver, están solicitando, se están conectando hacia al centro de control que se encuentra en Houston. Como vemos, y que ya se encuentran muy cerca a la estación espacial, y se va a empezar la primera etapa para lo que es el acoplamiento de esta cápsula a la estación espacial.
Monitor. We'd sort of talked about this earlier, but during the Demonstration 1 mission, the crew aboard the International Space Station had issued commands to Dragon. That's a capability that they have. So...
Yeah, so with Chris Cassidy now monitoring, we're a little under 9 minutes away from that arrival at waypoint 1. Let's jump over to Gary real quick for a quick station update, and he can walk us through some of the systems that are going to be in play during this manual piloting test. Gary?
Thanks, Dan. Yes, we're monitoring the approach of Bob and Doug, now just about 300 meters from station. Heading towards that waypoint 1. One of the next milestones here coming up is going to be the manual flight test. Chris Cassidy already getting in position in front of the RPOP. This is the rendezvous software that he'll be using to watch some of the demonstration and the rest of the docking procedures for Bob and Doug as they move in to dock with the International Space Station. Right at about the time of the manual flight test, they will be communicating through the C2V2, Common Communication for Visiting Vehicle. You heard the call on the big loop. That was Joshua Kutrick here in Mission Control Houston, Capcom, talking with International Space Station Commander Chris Cassidy all over the big loop. That's an integrated communication loop with space to ground on station, Dragon to ground on Dragon, everybody hearing the same thing. Once we're in position of the manual flight test, C2V2 will transition to receive video as well. We should be getting some great video from Dragon all through the hardware that is on the International Space Station, integrated and linked with the Dragon. Now just inside 300 meters from station, I'll toss it back over to Hawthorne as we go through these next steps, heading towards waypoint 1.
Right on. Thanks for that update, Gary.
As Gary said, we're inside 300 meters away from the space station. Should be getting that arrival at waypoint 1 in just about 6.5 minutes. And then we'll see some dynamic action pick up with Bob and Doug stepping in to command a hold to the Dragon spacecraft and then step into their manual piloting test. Just to give you a long look at everything, we were originally tracking the docking just a few seconds before 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. We have been moving well ahead of the timeline, so we may only be about an hour away from docking at this point, as they're moving about 16 or 17 minutes ahead of schedule so far with all of Dragon's maneuvers. We'll consider that initial contact and capture of the vehicle to be that initial docking. After that, though, there are a series of steps that have to take place with the Dragon vehicle, actually done in concert with the station itself, which will do a quick handover of its attitude control systems, and then the soft capture ring on the Dragon spacecraft will begin to retract, and then a series of latches or a series of indicators will tell the Dragon spacecraft when it's ready to start driving hooks, which will secure it very firmly to the international docking adapter on the very forward Node 2 port on the International Space Station. And then once we have docking complete, there will be a series of steps both for the crew on Dragon and for the crew on the International Space Station.
Yeah, that's right. Once docking is complete, the cavity in between the PMA node and Dragon, which we refer to as the vestibule, that is still a vacuum. So we'll do some steps there to bring air in from the International Space Station to pressurize that volume. There'll be a leak check on that volume to make sure that we truly have a good seal. Don't want to lose that precious life support to the vacuum of space. And then, of course, when we pressurize that volume, that area has been exposed to space for a pretty long period of time, and we're expanding a gas into it, so the temperatures will fall in there a little bit. So there'll be a period of time for a thermal hold to wait for temperatures to stabilize and to confirm that the pressure is good. So once all those things are good, then we can hopefully open the hatch, the forward hatch.
Yeah, we do expect it'll take about an hour and a half or so typically before we start seeing hatches opened between the station and the Dragon spacecraft following a docking. And there are going to be two hatches. The first on the station side is the APAS hatch. That one will get open first, and then we'll wait for everything just to make sure that, again, we're at an equalized pressure between the cabin inside Dragon and the now open hatchway on the station side before Bob and Doug are able to open up the Dragon hatch. A number of other things are taking place while we're waiting for the hatch opening to occur. Dragon, once it's docked to the space station, will be able to connect via an umbilical to transfer power from the International Space Station, so no longer needing to use its own solar arrays to power batteries and all of the systems on board, be able to draw power.
Dragon SpaceX for approach 1 on Big Loop. Approach 1 and the soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Command a hold 20 seconds after beginning approach 1 for the manual piloting demo.
Kathy's on the big loop. 20 seconds after approach 1, we will command the hold.
Good copy.
Como podemos ver, se acaban de comunicar a el control de SpaceX. Y aquí podemos ver lo que es desde la Estación Espacial Internacional, que ya se encuentra muy cerca de la cápsula. Ya en unos cuantos momentos, aproximadamente en unos 45-50 minutos, estaremos viendo lo que es el acoplamiento para la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Recordemos que va un poco adelantada, entonces va a ser un poco antes de la hora anunciada por parte de NASA para que se lleve a cabo este acoplamiento hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Una vez más, volvemos a repetir que la cápsula Dragón ya está configurada para que todo lo haga de forma automática, de forma automatizada. La tarea ahorita de los astronautas es únicamente verificar que todo funcione de forma correcta. En caso de que esto no suceda, pues ellos tendrán que tomar control de la nave.
All right, so just a little under a minute to go now. Dragon just about right out in front of the International Space Station. Again, in less than a minute, it'll begin its approach 1, and then our crew members inside of Dragon will command the vehicle to stop. It will hover, and then they will be able to begin that manual piloting demonstration.
Just about 240 meters away from the space station. We're pretty much lined up right in front of it along what we've been calling the V-bar, and you may hear that on comms.
And we do have a short communications blockage with the space station. We have pretty continuous coverage. We've had pretty continuous coverage getting views from the station cameras, which come down through our higher data rate, our KU band antenna. Sometimes it can actually get blocked by some of the station structure, whether it's solar arrays or other pieces of the station, depending on where the actual TDRS satellite that it's pointing at is located. And it looks like we do have that blockage for the next 5 minutes or so. And then once that clears up and we have a clear line of sight for that antenna, we'll get that video back from the International Space Station. So we're expecting that to come about 28 minutes after the hour, so in about 5 minutes from now.
Ground control teams still certainly have good data to both Dragon and the International Space Station, so they're still able to monitor what's happening, have good telemetry, so different sensors, the velocity of the vehicle, how the prop is doing, if any thrusters are firing, what commands are being sent.
We just had a quick TDRS handover for Dragon, so transitioning between those tracking and data relay satellites and standing by for confirmation of that hold.
Station, it's Houston on the big loop for Chris monitoring. Right, easy. Station in preparation for Endeavour's manual piloting demo. You can monitor now per block Charlie in 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Copy, block Charlie.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. Expect reconfiguration of the C2V2 return link shortly.
Copy.
All right, so we had confirmation the crew was able to send that hold. They're at right about 203 meters away from the space station right now, it looks like.
It's right now just flying in formation right in front of the space station, which is really cool.
Pudimos escuchar la confirmación de que ya se encuentra a 200 metros de la estación espacial. Ya en unos cuantos momentos estaremos viendo que se empezará la operación para el acoplamiento de la cápsula hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Se ha iniciado o están esperando en la confirmación para iniciar el proceso de los comandos para que se pueda empezar el acoplamiento o se preparen para el acoplamiento de la Estación Espacial Internacional.
They're going to precisely align the Dragon with the docking axis, so lining it up directly in the center of the docking target, and then they'll begin to move along a number of different axes through translations, forward, backward, up, down, left, right, just another test of the manual control function on board the Dragon spacecraft. And then once they're complete with that, they'll put Dragon back into automated control and begin to move in towards the final waypoint, waypoint 2, just 20 meters in front of Dragon. So before we start that, we do need to wait until we get that high data rate communication with the station locked back up. Again, should be just about another minute or so until that's in place.
And hopefully when we get that high data rate communication back, we'll also get some views into the cabin behind Bob and Doug. We got a few cool views of that earlier as they were getting closer and closer to station. So if you're just joining us.
Station Houston on the Big Loop for Chris. Dragon's now transmitting docking camera video. We want to confirm that video and data is updating in the Dragon 2 docking monitor.
Work. Confirm.
Copy, confirm, thanks.
So as I was mentioning earlier, if you're just now joining us, Dragon is now just 220 meters in front of the space station. The astronauts aboard, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, have commanded a manual hold. That's to perform a manual piloting test. There is a very nice shot of the Dragon vehicle from cameras aboard the space station. You just saw one of the Draco thrusters there firing, just to keep it in that hold attitude, flying right in front of the station.
Yeah, we have two cameras on the very forward port of.
Como podemos ver, aquí se encuentra la cápsula Dragón. Al parecer es una muy buena vista de la cápsula Dragón. Y en este momento están testeando, están evaluando lo que son los controles manuales para poder tomar control en caso de que sea necesario. Ya que, como había mencionado anteriormente, la nave se encuentra ya programada, ya todo es de forma automática para el acoplamiento. Lo único que tienen que hacer es verificar que que se haga el acoplamiento correcto. En dado caso de que haya algún problema, pues ellos tendrán que tomar control de la nave para que se haga el acoplamiento de forma manual. Y es por eso que en este momento están testeando lo que es la operación manual para que confirmen que todos los comandos o que todos los controles manuales funcionan de una forma correcta. Y también estaremos viendo que en unos momentos estarán orientando para que empiece ya lo que es el acoplamiento. Vuelvo a repetir, ellos llegaron antes del tiempo planeado, así que están adelantados alrededor de unos 15 a 20 minutos.
Your 1/3 fuel usage will be 60.9, 2/3 58.9, and terminate 57.9.
We copy 60.9, 58.9, and 57.9. We'll pick up in 4.041.
Good copy, and we're with you.
All right, so they're going to start maneuvering Dragon again, making some translational maneuvers. We did get some insight that it looks like they're a little bit to the left of the docking axis right now. And so we should expect them to move directly into the center line as one of their first maneuvers. That's going to be their very first maneuver. And then they have a strict list of choreographed steps just to test out moving on the other axes. And we heard the core Anna Menon calling up the expected fuel usage inside Dragon. They're going to be keeping a close eye on that just to make sure they're not overusing the propellant in this flight test, making sure we still have good margins for all of the approach maneuvers, and then obviously for everything at the end of the mission itself.
Yeah, and the thrusters that we're using here.
Dragon, on the big loop, we are commencing with docking axis capture.
We are following along with you.
So the thrusters that we expect to see firing here would be on the service section or on the trunk. And you'll see some plumes coming out from the shot on your screen.
first part of this maneuver, is just to really line them up perfectly with that docking axis. So they were already several meters off once this hold occurred, and so they're making very low impulse commands being sent to those Draco thrusters. Again, as Shiva was saying, there's the 12 around the lower part of the Dragon capsule that they're going to be using, and we're seeing small bursts now.
Como podemos ver, se encuentra ahorita, se encuentran orientando hacia la puerta de embarque en donde esta cápsula será acoplada. Podemos ver que los thrusters o los motores que impulsan la nave en el espacio, ya que pues en el espacio no tenemos oxígeno, se tiene que utilizar un diferente tipo de combustible, y es lo que le llaman los thrusters. Y como podemos ver en el video, se están orientando la cápsula para que de esa forma se pueda conectar a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Hatch, which is currently sealed underneath on the opposite side of where that nose cone is. Very cool to see those thruster plumes.
Yeah, the Kronos and Mission Control Houston actually opened up the iris a little bit on that camera on the space station so we could see these plumes.
Esta es una toma de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Como podemos ver, la cápsula Dragón ya se encuentra muy cerca de la estación espacial. Podemos decir que es aproximadamente unos 150 metros a 200 metros, los cuales ya es muy cerca, ¿no? Podemos ver claramente que la cápsula se está orientando para que se pueda conectar, se pueda acoplar a lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esto se está llevando a cabo de forma manual en estos momentos, ya que pues los astronautas tienen que verificar que la forma manual de la nave funciona correctamente. Acabamos de escuchar la confirmación de que ellos ya están alineados y empezará en un momento lo que es el acoplamiento.
Now they're going to begin some lateral and axial maneuvers. So again, just putting Dragon now off the docking axis, and to just continue these translational maneuvers. So at this point, we should see them head up to the right and up from this view, as they're just making very small adjustments in the Dragon's positioning in front of the space station right now.
And here comes the translation.
We copy.
Yeah, in the data, it looks like we're seeing the 6 thrusters essentially on the bottom of the spacecraft right now from this view, lighting up. So it's going to begin to move them straight up. And it's difficult to tell, but there is a very slow drift upward right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going about 0.1 meters a second, if I'm looking at this data correctly. So very slow and steady. And they will probably do a quick correction to stop that upward movement. It's a little surreal seeing Dragon so close to the space station. Less than 18 hours ago, I was on the pad at Launch Complex 39A. Now it's so close to its destination.
And being piloted by humans for the second time already in this
Podemos ver
mission.
que la nave se está acercando muy lentamente hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esto debido a que, vuelvo a repetir, esto se encuentra en el espacio y en el espacio pues no tenemos viento, no tenemos nada de que pueda detener esta nave. Entonces si ellos aceleran algo más de lo debido, podrían impactarse con la Estación Espacial Internacional, lo cual pues no queremos que suceda. Entonces por esta razón ellos se encuentran ahorita acelerando, acercándose de forma muy lenta hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Podemos ver ahí los pequeñas salidas de aire, que bueno, se mira como aire, pero no es aire, es lo que es impulso de los thrusters, así se le llama a los motores que impulsan esta cápsula, ya que pues en el espacio no tenemos aire. Se utiliza otro tipo de combustible para impulsar lo que son esta cápsula. Y como vemos, ya se encuentra muy cerca de la estación espacial, así que en unos momentos podremos estar viendo cómo esta nave se estaría acoplando a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Yeah, it's amazing how the plume has to catch the light just the right way for us to even see that it's happening outside of data. Yeah, and looking at the data now, it looks like we have zeroed out that radial velocity delta. So Bob and Doug cleared out that small translation test that they did. We may get a radio call down here that they've completed the Y direction testing. Now, I know we've mentioned this a few times, but it looks like the spacecraft are totally still right now. And that's partially true. They're still relative to each other. But right now, both the space station and Dragon are going around the world, what is it, about once every 90-ish minutes?
Yep.
Or less?
Once every 90 minutes, seeing 16 sunrises and sunsets every single day. And while our view right now...
We've completed the Z translation, moving on to the Y.
We copy, we're with you.
A copy. So I was a little bit mistaken. They just finished up the Z direction, doing the Y next.
Dragon, SpaceX on Big Loop, you have used approximately 1/3 of your prop test budget.
Podemos ver en la parte del fondo que hay luces que se encuentran moviendo. Estas pequeñas luces que se encuentran moviendo alrededor son satélites que se encuentran en el espacio. Solo por curiosidad, todas estas líneas son satélites que se encuentran en el espacio. Y como podemos ver, están haciendo la orientación para lo que es el acoplamiento en unos cuantos minutos. y bueno, estuvieron alineando lo que son todas las orientaciones en X, Y y Z en la orientación para que se pueda acoplar a lo que es la estación espacial.
Any future crew members flying on board Crew Dragon. As we've talked about, the simulators have been a pretty good guide for how the actual manual piloting goes, but things like the ascent up to orbit were quite a bit different from what they expected, and so they're just taking all of that in, internalizing it, and a big part of their job once they come home is to pass that along to all of our upcoming crews, one of which is targeted to launch just about a month after they come home. That Crew 1, the outfit of 3 NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, and Shannon Walker, and a Japanese astronaut, Soichi Noguchi, will be aiming to do that flight a little bit later this year. So going through the paces right now, looking at our data, I think I made the same mistake you did, where I assumed them going up would be the y-axis. It looks like that was actually their z-axis, and the y now them moving to the right. So we're seeing some small shifts. They're continuing to use up a little bit of their prop budget. We heard they're already a little past 1/3.
Yeah, it's actually something interesting about both aircraft and rockets. When you consider the coordinate system, what we refer to as the x-axis is usually the one that goes through the nose. So in the case of Falcon 9 and Dragon sitting on top of each other, the x-axis would have been pointing through the nose cone going up. Can be a little bit counterintuitive. And actually in aircraft, the z-axis usually points down, depending on whether you use European or American coordinate systems and the type of aircraft you're working on. But important for both Space Station and Dragon to be on the same coordinate system as they do this eventually as they step into the approach maneuvers here towards waypoint 2. Dragon will be using its relative navigation sensors, again, for relative position to the station, to make sure that it's on the approach, within the bounds of the approach corridor going towards the station when we get to that after this manual piloting test.
We should be getting to that shortly. This manual piloting test was slated to last about 25 minutes. And as we have been running ahead of schedule today, with all of Dragon's maneuvers, we could be looking at a docking only about 25 or 30 minutes from now. So once they're done with this manual flight test, they'll...
Confirmamos de que en unos 25-30 minutos estaremos viendo ya lo que es el acoplamiento hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Una vez que termine esta evaluación de los controles manuales, ya podremos iniciar la sesión de acoplamiento hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Vuelvo a repetir que ya la nave está programada para que haga una acoplación automática, pero en caso de que haya algún problema, los astronautas tienen la oportunidad, tienen el control de hacerlo de forma manual.
So right now, just interfacing with the touchscreen displays, testing out manual piloting. Hopefully secretly a little bit giddy to be piloting a spacecraft.
I mean, before they had launched, Bob Behnken had referred to this mission as every astronaut's dream, getting to launch in a new spacecraft, putting it through its paces. He and Doug Hurley, with those test pilot backgrounds, testing out a new spacecraft has to be as good as it gets. But they're still stepping through this manual piloting. We should have just a few more minutes until they're done with this Y-axis translation. And then they'll be able to turn command back over to Dragon, which will return itself to the docking axis and then begin that approach into waypoint 2.
Yeah, and as a look ahead, so when we do transition into that approach, Dragon will autonomously go towards waypoint 2, which is just 20 meters away from the forward international docking adapter on node 2. And it'll hold there. That'll give the ground team some time, both in Houston and here in Hawthorne, to do a go-no-go poll, make sure that the vehicle still looks healthy, make sure that everyone on board the space station and of course on board Dragon.
SpaceX Dragon, we've completed with the translation maneuvers. We're going to pick up with the closure maneuver.
We copy. We're following along with you.
Podemos ver que ya la orientación ya se confirmaron que ya terminaron con esta orientación. En unos momentos empezarán a acercarse a la estación espacial para empezar el proceso de acoplamiento. Una vez más, volvemos a repetir de que este vuelo es muy importante para la compañía de Elon Musk, SpaceX, ya que con este vuelo tendrá lo que es una certificación para poder llevar humanos a el espacio. El siguiente vuelo será hacia la Luna, llevando a la primer mujer que pisará la Luna, y después estaría llevando los primeros humanos a Marte. Y es por eso que SpaceX es muy importante tener esta certificación, ya que de esta forma ellos podrán empezar con sus vuelos espaciales.
Dragon. That completes the closure maneuver.
We copy. Closure maneuver complete.
Volvemos a escuchar la confirmación de que ya se terminó la evaluación.
We copy and concur.
All right, so our manual flight test has been completed. We're standing by for them to now resume approach 1. So to move in from that waypoint 1, we're already inside of the keep out sphere at this point. Dragon's holding just 176 meters from the space station.
En este momento estamos esperando únicamente la confirmación para que se inicie ya el acercamiento hacia la estación espacial y de esta forma inicie el acoplamiento hacia la estación espacial internacional.
We copy. Excellent. Thank you. And with that, we ask that you, from the display used for manual piloting, please go to audio settings and adjust a gain setting for seat 1 or 4. And in addition, we would appreciate any handling qualities evaluation of the proximity piloting possible.
Aquí podemos ver claramente la Estación Espacial Internacional. Ya estaremos iniciando el proceso de acoplamiento a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Por ahí escuchamos de que la base en Houston está pidiendo que preparen el audio para su comunicación de una forma más clara. Y vemos por ahí a los astronautas que están haciendo algunos ajustes en sus monitores.
Excellent to hear. Thank you.
That kind of gives you an indication of sort of how the design process works. You know, Bob and Doug have had lots of opportunities to test this out and sim it and give their feedback. And pretty cool to hear that their sim experience was very similar to what they saw actually on orbit. Just, I think you said 170 meters away from station right now?
Yeah, we're just 176, and I imagine as a spacecraft designer, that's exactly what you want to hear, is the way that I trained you in it here on the ground is exactly how it performed once you're there for the real thing. So, the second manual pilot...
Acabamos de confirmar que ya se encuentran a solo 150 metros de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Únicamente están esperando indicaciones de la base en Houston para iniciar el proceso de acoplamiento.
Until the ground is preparing to command the final approach.
Thanks, Dragon. We copy. We'll hold at waypoint 2 for a pause, and then we'll get our visors then once you command.
We copy.
And station, it's Houston on the big loop. As you've heard, Endeavour is resuming its approach to waypoint 2. Chris, you can monitor now for step 2. That's step 2 and 1.104, Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitor.
Podemos escuchar confirmación desde la base de control en Houston, que ya se encuentran en el proceso número 2, en la etapa número 2, para empezar el acoplamiento hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Pretty cool view of the International Space Station from Dragon. This would actually be overlaid, or rather their controls would be overlaid on the displays on top of this view. And we got to see some pretty cool views from behind. Actually, there's a view right there. You can see the station on their displays. Visors up, Doug in the left seat, Bob in the right seat.
Yeah, so at this moment, Dragon is going to be resuming the approach. As we heard them informing the crew, They're going to have that one final hold when they're just 20 meters away. That's going to be at waypoint 2. We're expecting it to be a brief hold while the teams all tag up and do a final go to move in for docking. Getting a great look at the space station itself. The docking port is right in the center of our screen. You can see another spacecraft currently docked to the space station, the Japanese HTV spacecraft currently docked to the Earth-facing port. One of those common berthing mechanisms also on Node 2. So Dragon will be the second vehicle to be docked to the Harmony module once it makes its final approach. And it's moving in right now. Again, just to give you an idea of how quickly they're moving, they're going at about 0.3 of a meter per second right now. And so if you're having...
Aquí podemos ver la trayectoria que tomó la nave espacial Dragón, saliendo desde lo que es Florida. Tuvo que hacer 2 vueltas alrededor del planeta para que pudiera llegar a la Estación Espacial Internacional, y justamente por eso es de que tuvimos que esperar alrededor de 19 horas para poder llegar a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Aquí podemos ver la trayectoria que se encuentra en este momento y podemos escuchar la confirmación de que ya están listos para empezar lo que es el acoplamiento hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Yeah, you can see the trajectory of the spacecraft. There are small corrections that are happening. So as we get closer and closer to station, we're trying to stay within those 2 corridors, which are shown coming out of the docking port that we're going towards. That little dot, I think, was the 20-meter hold point, so that's where we expect there to be the spacecraft holding right in front of the International Docking Adapter. There'll be a go, no-go pole. The ground teams have worked hard over the past probably years to come up with a set of what we call flight rules. So those are technical constraints, items that we look for, that if any of those criteria were violated, then we have a rule that we've predetermined, gives us guidance to say whether we could approach or not. So far, our vehicle has been very healthy, but technical ground teams will all do their due diligence to make sure that it's still safe to approach.
Podemos confirmar que hasta este momento la cápsula Dragón se encuentra en perfectas condiciones, pero se va a llevar a cabo otra evaluación de la nave una vez que se encuentre ya acoplada a la estación espacial, ya que pues esta cápsula estaría regresando a la Tierra en aproximadamente un mes y tiene que estar en óptimas condiciones para que no presente ningún problema durante el aterrizaje en la Tierra. En este momento se está acercando a la estación espacial. Se le está pidiendo a los astronautas que se mantengan en una distancia de 20 metros de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esto con el fin de que empiece ya el proceso de acoplamiento a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
And you can see those logos. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle, and you can see sort of the sealing surface. Those four circular slots right underneath the nose cone within that red ring are the forward bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point. Right now, we don't have a reason to use those. We'll only be making small attitude corrections with the service section Dracos. And you can see the service section actually pretty clearly here too. There's a black portion and a white portion sort of separated by a fin. The black portion is solar panels, solar cells that'll charge Dragon's batteries, and the bottom side are the white portion is actually a thermal radiator that's used to keep the spacecraft nice and cool. Of course, the avionics and the cabin, making sure that Bob and Doug are comfortable inside.
It looks like we're getting a shadow cast. We are just 60 meters away, continuing to close in, just about 40 meters to go until we're at that hold point. Should get there in just over 2 minutes. Meanwhile,
confirmación de que ya tenemos unos 16 metros de distancia con la Estación Espacial Internacional, y pues ya se está, como podemos ver, la sombra de la estación espacial está pasando sobre la cápsula, y ya en unos cuantos minutos estaremos viendo el acoplamiento de la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Forward hatch, it's got a window in it. You can see a couple of handles, and there's some features that look sort of bronze-ish. Those are the pedals that we were talking about earlier as part of the soft capture system. So pretty wild too to see. We're so close that we're getting shadows from the station on Dragon. Wow.
And we're getting these views of Dragon's approach from 2 cameras that are right next to that docking adapter. And the movement's a little jarring at times. These cameras are being commanded by a person at the Cronus console in Mission Control Houston, and they send some very basic function commands to the camera, which it then executes automatically. And so they're continuing to follow Dragon in, so we do thank them for their diligence to give us these views of this historic moment as we are just less than 30 meters away from docking.
Right above the NASA meatball logo, you can see 3 of the service section Draco thrusters.
That's right, 12 in all. So 4 of those clusters spread around the vehicle, used for a lot of the attitude control and any small translational maneuvers like we just watched Bob and Doug execute with their second manual flight test.
Yeah, and actually oriented in a way too where if you were to lose some of those thrusters, you still have redundancy and control in those axes. That's part of the reason why they're sort of at the angles that they are.
All right, so we should be getting to waypoint 2 right now. And so it looks like we do have that hold.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. The ground is go for approach 2. We will be enabling the resume shortly. As a reminder, ensure your visors are closed prior to Dragon's departure from the waypoint. And once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are not permitted. And for your awareness, we have sunset in a little less than 8.5 minutes.
Podemos escuchar que han confirmado la etapa 2 y que se van a mantener ahí para empezar el proceso de acoplamiento. Se les ha dado también algunas indicaciones a los astronautas para que se mantengan a salvo en la estación espacial. Podemos confirmar que se encuentran 2 metros de la estación espacial. Confirmación a Houston que van a empezar ya el proceso de acoplamiento a la estación espacial.
Visors down.
Crew confirming their visors down. We should see the final approach resume.
Dragon on the big loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy inbound.
Mission copy.
Ok, podemos comprobar que
we're
ya
going to be
inició
racing that sunset.
el proceso de acoplamiento.
Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late, and so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. So we're closing in at less than 1/10 of a meter per second at this point.
Podemos ver que ya se, que ya se encuentra muy cerca. Únicamente tienen que hacer algunos movimientos para que se conecte a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
You can see much more clearly there the hinge mechanism for the nose cone. Those 4 black circles are the forward bulkhead Dracos, not to be used at this time. And then, of course, the pedals of the soft capture system. Wow.
Dragon on the big loop. We're inside 10 meters. We cannot make out the docking target, but we do see the outline.
En estos momentos se encuentran a solo 10 metros de la estación espacial, iniciando ya lo que es la conexión de esta nave, de esta cápsula Dragón, hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
There's a centerline camera that is aligned with the center of the vehicle and the center of the docking mechanism. So that is what the autonomous docking system is using to line up with sort of a cross-hatch, cross-target on the docking port.
Vuelvo a repetir que todo esto se está haciendo de forma automática, de forma automatizada por la cápsula Dragón. Los astronautas únicamente tienen que estar atentos acerca del proceso que está llevando la cápsula, ya que en cualquier momento que se genere un error o que no se pueda realizar este acoplamiento de forma automática, pues ellos tendrán que asumir control de la nave y hacerlo de forma manual. En caso de que haya algún problema, pues ellos tienen que estar atentos para que se solucione de una forma rápida y no provoque ningún problema tanto en la nave como en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Y podemos ver que pues ya está en proceso de conexión y pues al parecer tenemos la confirmación de que ya está en menos de 1 metro y podemos ver que se está conectando ya en estos momentos. Podemos ver que ya están ahí. Y en este momento se inicia lo que es el docking, se inicia el acoplamiento ya directamente con la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
You saw a little bit of motion there of Dragon. That was that relative motion that the soft capture system is damping out. once that motion is clear, then the soft capture system will be retracted, and Dragon will go for hard capture.
Again, if just now tuning in, that soft capture, that docking coming 7:16 a.m. Pacific, 10:16 a.m. over on the East Coast.
Se comprueba que ya se acaba de acoplar. En estos momentos se acaba de mencionar de que la estación espacial está volando sobre lo que es Mongolia, y estamos esperando únicamente la confirmación para que ya se efectúe la extracción o los astronautas puedan moverse hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Pressure tight seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. So once soft capture is complete, and I believe we'll get that call from our core here, Anna, then we'll get confirmation of hard capture, and the crew of course aboard have this information on their displays, so they'll also see indication of hard capture complete. And once those two steps are done, then that's docking complete.
That's right, and we're expecting to hear some words from everybody. A pretty monumental moment. I mean, for Doug Hurley, he's returning to where he last docked almost 9 years ago on the very last space shuttle mission, now commanding the very first commercial spacecraft to deliver astronauts to the International Space Station.
That's got to be cool for them. They've mentioned quite a few times that they're best friends, our favorite dads in space, as we've been calling them. This has got to be really cool for them. It's got to be really cool for their families too, watching this.
It looks like we have another quick handover. We'll get that video back shortly. We're about 75% complete already with that retraction. Once that retraction is completed, we'll keep an eye out for the 12 ready to hook indicators. Once those are ready, those 12 hooks will begin to engage, and that'll securely attach Dragon to the International Space Station.
Yeah, so right now the vehicle confirming that the soft capture system is deployed correctly and is fully retracted. And then once the soft capture system is fully retracted, that'll set up the vehicle to put in the hard capture pins. There's 12 of those around the docking ring, and that's what creates that airtight seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. The volume between, which we refer to as the vestibule, is currently not pressurized. Of course, it was just exposed to the vacuum of space until literally minutes ago, about 4 minutes ago. So just waiting for the vehicle to get that.
Dragon SpaceX, ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
All right, so we see those ready.
Escuchamos que ya está la confirmación para que ya se pueda pasar de la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Podemos ver que ya se encuentran totalmente conectados. Hay dos etapas de conexión, una que se llama la conexión suave y tenemos la conexión dura. Entonces la conexión suave es únicamente utilizada para que se capture el vehículo, es decir, la cápsula Dragón va a ser capturada por la estación espacial, y una vez que haya sido capturada se va a configurar de una forma para que ya esté acoplada de forma directa a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esa es la segunda etapa de acoplamiento, la cual es conocida como la captura final de la cápsula Dragón.
So,
Y vuelvo a repetir, la Estación Espacial Internacional se encuentra actualmente sobre lo que es China y Mongolia.
moment, and then it's time to start getting Dragon integrated into the station. There will be an umbilical that will get mated, and that'll allow Dragon to flow data and power into the station systems, and then it'll be over to the crew.
Endeavour and station at Houston on the big loop. MCS is configured. We're proceeding with hook driving.
All right, and they did a quick, so the motion control system onboard station now back under those control moment gyros, so handed over from the Russian thrusters, and Dragon now given the go to drive those hooks. We have to do that changeover of attitude control before we drive those hooks, as the Russian thrusters a little bit more dynamic in their control of attitude, and if you had a thruster firing while you were starting to drive those hooks, that could miss a line. So going over to the smoother control moment gyros on the US side, now controlling the attitude on board the station, and those hooks, those 12 hooks on Dragon, about to start driving.
Right now, Dragon and ISS attached, just flying off the east coast of China, just underneath Japan. Attached to each other, we recently passed over to the orbital night, so we're on the currently the dark side of the world. And actually, we're lucky enough to see soft capture happen just as we were crossing over the Terminator line.
And if you're wondering what you're looking at, this is one of the cameras on the very outboard part of the Japanese experiment module, looking back.
Al parecer, la Estación Espacial Internacional en estos momentos se encuentra en la sombra de el planeta Tierra. Por eso es que podemos apreciar que la cámara se puso un poco más oscura, debido a que nos encontramos en la parte oscura de la Tierra en estos momentos, ya sobrevolando lo que es Japón. Ya estamos sobrevolando Japón. Y pues en estos momentos únicamente estamos esperando la confirmación para que ya los astronautas puedan pasar de la cápsula Dragón a lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Pilots got to do some fun tests today. Have a few more steps before they can actually get aboard and ingress to the International Space Station. And that's what we heard over the big loop. That transition, which allows us to then proceed with hard capture.
And we're seeing the first set of hooks, so the first 6 out of the 12 are now closed, 6 more to go.
Again, there are 12 of those along the ring. And that helps us ensure that we have an airtight seal. It is vacuum around them right now, so we want to make sure we're keeping all of that valuable life support in the vehicle. Now the combined ISS Dragon vehicle.
Meanwhile, inside the capsule, Bob and Doug also standing by for this hard capture to complete. And once we have that docking complete call, they'll be able to start stepping through a number of procedures to get them ready to move into the International Space Station. They'll get the go-ahead to doff or get out of their suits, and then they'll have some activities on the Dragon side to prepare for the hatch opening. Chris Cassidy will mainly be working on the station side to pressurize the vestibule. So as Shiv has talked about, the space between the Dragon capsule and the space station was exposed to vacuum, and even after this tight seal has occurred, we'll still be at vacuum inside. So we'll actually open up a valve to supply air from the station side into that space between the Dragon and station hatchways, and they'll get it up to the same ambient pressure that we'll have inside of Dragon and on the station itself. They'll wait for it to thermally balance out, make sure we don't have any temperature swings as we're bringing it up from vacuum. So probably from a very cold temperature up to about 72 degrees that they have in their cabin temperature on board the station, and then we'll get the hatches open.
Dragon SpaceX, hard capture complete. Stand by for docking completion.
Escuchamos confirmación desde ya del control en Houston de que ya se completó esta conexión entre la cápsula Dragón y lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional. En estos momentos únicamente se está esperando la confirmación para que ya puedan moverse los astronautas desde la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Of batteries and its solar cells pointed at the sun to make sure that it has enough electrical power for the journey up.
And we're just standing by now for that umbilical to get mated, and that's going to, again, as Shiv was just saying, start the power and data transfer between Dragon and the space station. They've been transmitting data through RF radio frequency on the way uphill, and during the final approach, this will give a hard mate, basically a wired LAN connection between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station itself, and then also being able to draw power from the station systems using those great big solar arrays that are used to generate all of the electricity for systems on board the station. And the soft capture system has been stowed. We see the umbilical starting to deploy. About 40% of the way so far, going pretty quickly. Should just take a couple more seconds until we're all the way connected. And then we should be getting that docking complete call out from the core here in Mission Control, SpaceX and Hawthorne. Standing by.
Dragon SpaceX, docking sequence is complete.
Escuchamos la confirmación ya que se ha completado ya la conexión con la Estación Espacial Internacional y seguimos en espera para la transferencia de los astronautas hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
A small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time a United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. Crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
Hello, Kathy. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Endeavour, this is Houston. Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station. after your spectacular rendezvous and docking of the first Crew Dragon vehicle. For the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, you have completed a historic ride to the ISS and have opened up a new chapter in human space exploration. On behalf of the flight control teams here in Houston and in Hawthorne, California, and to our SpaceX colleagues, bravo on a magnificent moment in spaceflight history and on the start of a new journey that has changed the face of space travel in this new era of space transportation. Bob and Doug, good luck, and we look forward to working with you on board.
Dragon, SpaceX, Bob and Doug, we here at SpaceX are honored to have been part of ushering in this new era of human spaceflight. On behalf of the SpaceX and NASA partnership, congratulations on a phenomenal accomplishment and welcome to the International Space Station.
Well, thank you, Anna. We appreciate all the good words and everyone thanking us, but it truly was a magnificent effort by the entire team, the SpaceX team, the NASA team, and a team across America who was able to pull this off and bring human spaceflight again to our nation. Thanks for everything. Happy to be aboard.
Acabamos de escuchar lo que es la bienvenida a los astronautas. Y ya en este momento estaremos esperando ya lo que es el traslado de la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Video to go external shortly, and we have one request for Bob's suit doffing when you're ready to copy.
We copy all. Go ahead for Bob's suit.
During your approach suit leak check, we noticed Bob's suit pass with a lower PSID than his previous vehicle and O&C checks. We still had plenty of margin to support you in a depress, but in order to rule out potential hardware issues, when Bob is doffing, after he opens his structural zipper, check all 3 bladder zipper heads to see if any are partially closed. It is possible that if the head is backed off slightly, that the white tooth is partially visible or a small gap can be seen between the end of the zipper head and the gasket end. Please report observations.
Copy. Bob will take a close look at his zippers when he doffs, and he'll get doffing first, so we'll let you know as soon as we see something or if we see something.
Great. Thank you so much.
Wow. So now Dragon has completed its docking sequence. There's a number of checks. That was an absolutely historic moment. And in spite of that, the ground team's getting right back to business, talking about the suit performance.
Just let us know when the interior cameras are secured.
On Dragon to ground,
Gotta turn the cameras off first before we can get them out of their suits.
Absolutely. So spacecraft is now docked. They've got several tasks that they're going to need to be able to do. While we're waiting for those tasks to happen, we're actually going to take a short break. But if in case you just missed it, the Dragon spacecraft is now docked to the International Space Station, docked at 7:16 a.m. local time.
Yep.
Bob and Doug are at the space station.
Yeah, they're there. It was just under a 19-hour journey from their launch to their docking, so pretty much right on what we were expecting. They got there a little bit early today, which was nice, as they were able to get through all those burns. But they're docked. It's going to be a little while. They have to do that vestibule pressurization, and then they'll have to do some leak checks.
Dragon on Dragon to ground for Bob. I've got both structural zippers on my gloves lowered, and I do see white teeth visible on both sides. It looks like a full white tooth. I'll give you an update once I get to the leg zipper.
Copy. White teeth on both sides, and we'll await your next status.
So the crew right now just going through some checks of their gloves. They're about to get out of their suits.
Como podemos ver, ya se confirmó ahora sí la llegada de esos dos astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional. En estos momentos se está llevando a cabo lo que es una evaluación de los astronautas para que ya en unos momentos se trasladen a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esto va a tomar un tiempo, así que esperemos que no sea mucho. Y pues, bueno, pues ya tenemos 2 astronautas más en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Vuelvo a repetir, este viaje es muy importante para SpaceX, ya que con este viaje finalmente se confirma y estoy seguro que NASA le estará otorgando lo que es la certificación para poder llevar humanos a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Tenemos las próximas misiones que se llevará a cabo hacia la Luna, llevando a la primer mujer para pisar lo que es la Luna. Después de esta misión tendremos los primeros viajes hacia Marte. Se espera que en menos de unos 5 o 8 años se esté llevando a cabo lo que es viajes comerciales al espacio. Se planea que los boletos estén costando unos 2 millones. Afortunadamente, pues no todos tenemos esa capacidad, no tenemos esta cantidad de dinero para poder viajar, pero esperemos que en el futuro pues estos boletos bajen, ya que pues como podemos ver, SpaceX está yendo muy recio en esta carrera comercial espacial. En estos momentos únicamente esperamos que ya les den luz verde a los astronautas para que se puedan mover a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Thank you, Dan. What an incredible flight for Bob and Doug, lifting off just yesterday and now in space, attached to the International Space Station. Some kind words all over after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central and a hard mate just 11 minutes later. We're still not done here. We're going to take you through the pressurization sequence and eventually hatch opening of the International Space Station.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Cabin mic check, come.
And I hear you loud and clear on Dragon to ground. How me?
Loud and clear.
Excellent.
Good comm checks. We still have a lot of work to do here. We're going to pressurize the vestibule and eventually get...
And SpaceX Dragon with an update from Bob. It looks like a white tooth on the leg zipper as well. We'll take a close look if we can see anything else that might have resulted in that lower leak check pressure.
Copy. Really appreciate the report. Thank you.
Teams behind me will be configuring the Dragon and the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard. First, of course, the International Space Station attitude control moment gyros, really holding the Dragon in place through the hard capture sequence. We'll start enabling those thrusters and pressurizing the vestibule. It'll take about an hour until we're able to get the hatch open. The teams here in Mission Control Houston Orbit 2, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, will be taking us through that process. Aboard the International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy standing by in Node 2. Right in front of that is the pressurized mating adapter. He recently opened up the hatch to introduce some of the station air and mix it, get a nice mix in there, avoiding some CO2 pockets. That hatch you see just beyond Chris Cassidy there is normally closed. He was able to open it a little bit earlier today, mix some of that cabin air, and get rid of those CO2 pockets, make sure it's all clean and ready for Bob and Doug. He closed it shortly after just to make sure no FOD or foreign objects, anything were to float in there that would inhibit any hatch opening process today. One of the next milestones for Chris Cassidy will be to open up that hatch. He's got some cameras you see placed within that node. we'll get some good views of the hatch opening and welcoming Bob and Doug here in just about an hour.
Como podemos ver, ya se están preparando para la entrada de lo que es los astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Se está presurizando la cabina, se está checando de que no haya dióxido de carbono y que sea un buen momento, ¿no? Un buen lugar para que los astronautas ya puedan moverse a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
A big moment in history today, May 31st, 2020. Just on the other side of that hatch, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley have successfully arrived at the International Space Station. Still a couple of milestones to get through. Before we can open up that hatch, it's going to take some time. First, pressurizing the vestibule in between the station and Dragon. We'll bring that up to pressure. It's going to take some time for that pressure to stabilize. Of course, the temperature within that vestibule causes a little bit of swing, so we'll just wait for that to pressurize or to stabilize before opening up that hatch. Here at Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Zeb Scoville welcoming the director of the NASA Johnson Space Center, Mark Geyer. We'll have a few other VIPs here in the room to welcome Bob and Doug once they get through that hatch. Now again, this repressurization and hatch opening process is going to take some time. You see now we're going to have some intermittent losses with the communication from the International Space Station. You're seeing now the International Space Station Flight Control Room led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville. Just a handover of some of those audio and visual communications. We'll be regaining those shortly. Might lose them intermittently throughout the repressurization process, but the teams here will be monitoring all of the procedures. Again, pressurizing that vestibule and eventually getting to that hatch opening. From right to left there, seated, you see Flight Director Zeb Scoville. It was he who was leading the teams for both the launch of Bob and Doug over at the Cape. He was leading the teams here in Mission Control Houston. You just saw the Johnson Space Center Director Mark Geyer walk off to the side. Seated next to Zeb Scoville, Joshua Kutrick. He is one of the members of the most recent class of astronauts, the class of 2017. Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
En este momento nos encontramos aquí en la sala de control de Houston con el director, o que estaba el director de lo que es NASA en Houston. Vamos a esperar unos momentos en los que se dé confirmación, ya que estarán presurizando la cabina en la Estación Espacial Internacional y además estarían regulando la temperatura para que ya los astronautas se puedan mover de la cápsula Dragón hacia la estación espacial.
Again, a few milestones to get through to that hatch opening. First, the International Space Station attitude control has been successfully switched from control moment gyro only control, enabling some of the thrusters on the International Space Station. We also just received word that Dragon is successfully receiving power.
Ground ISS power connection has been established.
And there you have it. Dragon is successfully receiving power from the International Space Station.
and Dragon copies on Dragon to ground that power has been established. Just let us know when we should make a hardline comm check.
Tenemos confirmación de que ya todo ha sido establecido, ya tenemos la sala o la cabina presurizada, ya estamos viendo que todo está estable y únicamente estamos esperando la luz verde para que ya los astronautas puedan moverse hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Una vez dentro de la estación espacial, pues ya estarían asumiendo ya sus cargos en la estación espacial. Volvemos a recordar, volvemos a tomar en cuenta los datos de estos astronautas. Tenemos a Robert Behnken y a Douglas Hurley. Los dos son veteranos, ya han estado en 2 vuelos anteriores, casi en los mismos vuelos. Tenemos que Behnken ha estado en los vuelos STS-123 en marzo del 2008 y el STS-130 en febrero del 2010. Robert Behnken tiene dos licenciaturas, una en física y la otra es ingeniería en mecánica. También tiene lo que es un máster, tiene una maestría y un doctorado en la misma área de estudio, que es ingeniería mecánica. Y bueno, él ha trabajado antes como un test engineer en lo que es las Fuerzas Armadas de los Estados Unidos. Douglas Hurley, él también ha estado en 2 vuelos, uno que es el STS-127, STS-135 y tiene lo que es una licenciatura en lo que es ingeniería civil.
At 2:22 p.m. Central Time, 3:22 p.m. Eastern, and docked successfully with a contact and capture just a little bit ago at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 Eastern. Now, some of the milestones to get that hatch open have already taken place. First, attitude control. For some of the docking sequence, for the initial contact and capture, attitude control was on Russian thrusters. That was moved to control moment gyros for hard mate, making sure that everything lined up and we got those ready-to-hook indicators green before driving those hooks. The attitude control has since been switched to enable some thrusters on the International Space Station. We did get confirmation of good power being delivered from ISS to the Dragon. Next will be to test some hard line communication between Dragon and the International Space Station.
Seguimos en la espera para que ya se les dé luz verde a los astronautas y puedan accesar a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Vuelvo a repetir una vez más, esta nave ya estaba configurada para llegar a la Estación Espacial sin siquiera ser maniobrada de forma manual. Entonces ya todo estaba programado para que llegara a la estación espacial. Los astronautas, bueno, pues únicamente se usaron los astronautas para evaluar la cápsula Dragón, ya que la cápsula Dragón es la que va a ser utilizada para poder llevar astronautas a la estación espacial y también regresar estos astronautas a la Tierra.
And aware, so Dragon first, maybe let me know if you hear this and if you're go with that plan.
Yeah, Houston, Endeavor on the big loop, we had you loud and clear.
Houston Station copies and concurs.
Okay, Endeavor and Station, we have you loud and clear on RF right now. We are putting it in work now, so transitioning comm system to hardline, and we'll call you back for voice checks momentarily.
Endeavor copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. The voice you just heard was Capcom Joshua Kutrick from here in Mission Control Houston, relaying through the big loop that's integrated communications with Dragon and the International Space Station, just taking us through those procedures until we get to hatch opening. Now there's an umbilical connection with Dragon, connecting Dragon to the International Space Station. We did get good confirmation that power is flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Next, we'll be proceeding with some of the communications checks. The big loop established on the C2V2 Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle through some of the last legs of the rendezvous and docking of Dragon to the International Space Station. We'll switch that over to hardline communications, testing that out here shortly. We're going to get some good views of station today. You see Chris Cassidy working inside Node 2. Just on the other side is the hatch. That hatch is separating between the International Space Station and the pressurized mating adapter. One more hatch to go after that. That hatch opens up to the Dragon hatch with Bob Benkin and Doug Hurley on the other side. Just surrounding Chris Cassidy from this view, you can see a series of cameras. We're going to get some great views from Node 2 there on the left, a couple of high-definition cameras. On the right, a 360 VR camera. Part of an initiative to engage viewers and provide views that from the International Space Station that have never been seen before. We'll get to see some of those 360-degree views later after they're configured and stitched on the ground, now being recorded during this historic moment today, May 31st, 2020.
Affirmative, we are on the same page. Those steps in the execution note are all that's needed.
Copy, in work.
En estos momentos estamos viendo cómo el astronauta está preparando ya la cámara para dar la bienvenida a los astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esperemos que todo sea de una buena forma y esperemos ya únicamente la luz verde para que ya los astronautas se encuentren en su camino hacia lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional.
You're getting a live look at Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station. Just in front of him is that 360-degree camera. He's got cameras situated all over Node 2, pointing right towards that hatch. On the other side, we'll be welcoming Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley after pressurization of the vestibule, and we'll start beginning hatch opening after that.
Yeah, we copy MPEV open, Chris.
Another handover of communication from the tracking and data relay satellites, providing video and audio communication from the International Space Station, now integrated with the Dragon Power. Still looking towards some of those hard-line communication checks. Again, we'll lose communication intermittently as the International Space Station flies 269 statute miles.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. We're go for open on the Node 2 forward hatch.
En estos momentos ya podemos ver que se empieza ya a abrir la compuerta para que empiecen a trasladar los astronautas desde la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Zero on DPDT and the Node 2 forward hatch is open.
Chris. We copy note 2, forward hatch open. We concur your go for the next yellow activity. That's your 1515 activity. It's step 2 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through hatch opening. Basically, you're going to cycle the 8-pass equalization valve.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. If desired, reference procedure 4.400 to monitor vestibule pressurization.
And copies. Small.
Como podemos ver, están ya preparando todo para la salida de los astronautas de lo que es la cápsula Dragón y de esta forma ya estar dentro de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Los astronautas estarán en la estación espacial alrededor de 1 a 4 meses, dependiendo de la situación, ya que pues llevan algunos productos, algunos tomas de la Tierra para ser evaluadas en el espacio, hacer estudios y de esa forma ellos podrán regresar a la Tierra en 1 a 4 meses.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for 4.012. We've completed up to section 5, and we've got a timer started for 1 hour.
Copy, completed through section 5, and your suits are drying, and you have started a timer for 1 hour. With that, do we have your permission to come back on board?
Get you back on board.
We copy. We are go to come back on board. And with that, you are go to perform sections 1 through 3 of 4.400. We do recommend deferring your step 2.1 for the waste system flush until closer to hatch opening. In section 3, as you are performing your inventory, please collect all your food and water bottle trash and consolidate it into the 2 trash bags within their common bags in location 18. You will transfer the plastic bags containing this trash to ISS for disposal during a scheduled activity after ISS ingress. And do note that you are welcome to defer this inventory until after you eat your meal that is scheduled for right about now.
Como podemos escuchar, ya se les dio indicaciones a los astronautas para que en unos momentos ya puedan accesar a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
And we will consolidate our trash into the bags provided in location 18. And we'll defer the docked waste configuration section 2 of 4.400 until it gets closer to hatch opening.
Station, we copy 1507.
We copy, and we will wait 5 minutes before coming on board, and we'll check with you before we do so if we don't hear from you first.
Copy, ready.
Thanks, Anna.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're listening to crews on board the International Space Station and Dragon prepare for opening the hatch. You're seeing Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station already opened the hatch 2, the pressurized mating adapter just below that hatchway you see at the center of the screen here. On the other side of the hatch is the hatchway to the International docking adapter. On the other side of that, the recently docked Crew Dragon. Vestibule pressurization is underway. This will equalize the pressure between Dragon and the International Space Station. Once it does come up to pressurization, it will take some time to equalize that pressure because of the temperature difference in the vestibule. Just take some time to stabilize.
Dragon, Endeavor, it's Houston, calling you on hardline now for a voice check. How do you read?
Se inició la presurización de el puerto de embarque el espacio que se encuentra entre la cápsula Dragón y lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional para que ya se pueda llevar a cabo la transición de los astronautas de la cápsula Dragón hacia lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional. Vamos a esperar unos momentos en lo que se estabiliza la temperatura y la presión para que ya se puedan mover los astronautas de la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Space Ground 2 via hardline now for a voice check. Do you read?
Houston, Cleveland. Dragon voice check. How the leaders counting 121, 122, 123, 124, 125. Houston Station, Space Ground 2.
And Station Houston on 2, Anatoly, we hear you loud and clear. We're going to swap a couple minor things here and try Dragon again. We're still trying to get calm with Dragon. Stand by 1.
Dragon again. Dragon FM, voice check. How do you read us? Counting 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
And Station Houston on 2. Everybody, we'll just stand by for a few minutes. We're going to try to raise Dragon by another means. Stand by. And Endeavor, it's Houston calling on Dragon to ground 1. We're trying to reach you via hardline. Just not sure if you're receiving it or not. Let us know at your convenience.
And Houston from Endeavor, we're hearing quite a bit of echo on the other loop that appears to be connected. It's unintelligible, but we do have you loud and clear on the Dragon to ground.
And Endeavor, Houston on Dragon to ground. Thanks for that. Very helpful. We'll take a look, and we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground as well. So we're gonna continue to work it and try to give you a call back in the next few minutes on hardline.
Endeavor copies. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston working through the steps to pressurize the vestibule. We did have confirmation that vestibule pressurization was underway. We do have power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon after it docked for a contact and capture at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 a.m. Eastern, just earlier this morning. Good audio communication hard-lined through the umbilical where Dragon is currently docked on the other side of that hatch, providing now power, just making sure those hard-line communications are intact. Working through that as we count down towards the milestones of opening that hatch.
Escuchamos confirmación de que ya la cápsula Dragón ya se encuentra en línea con la estación espacial, es decir, la estación espacial está proviendo a la cápsula Dragón con energía. Recordemos también que la cápsula Dragón cuenta con paneles solares que estaría usando para que cargue sus baterías y de esa forma pueda regresar a la Tierra. En estos momentos únicamente estamos esperando por la confirmación de los astronautas para que ya se puedan mover hacia lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional. Solo esperamos que el sistema se encuentre estable. Ya escuchamos la confirmación de que se empezó la ya se encuentra la cabina presurizada y estamos esperando.
Yeah, go ahead and come on board. We just may have to take it down at some point, as you might imagine, but come on board.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris, your convenience, but just an update on the comm status.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Chris, you've probably been able to tell we've run into some minor issues trying to get hardline established, so we're working that here, and we're going to be reattempting the comm checks as soon as we think we're go. I'll give you a heads up on that. And then regarding stuff, just get aheads, I was going to pass along to do the teardown from steps 3 and 4 in the approach monitoring, but I just saw it go gray, so have you done that already?
Hold on just one second. Which one was that? Maybe I fat fingered the wrong procedure.
Yeah, no, it's subtle. So it's in the execution note for Dragon approach monitoring. As we were monitoring Dragon earlier in the day, down in the execution note are the teardown steps.
I'm here in the cupola right now. I'll take care of it. It's not gray, but momentarily will be.
Podemos escuchar de que están tratando de hacer una conexión a la cápsula Dragón. Por ahí hay algunos errores. No están leyendo bien la información de la cápsula Dragón. Entonces están tratando de hacer esta conexión entre lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional y la cápsula Dragón para tener toda la información correspondiente de la cápsula. Ya para empezar lo que es la transferencia de estos astronautas hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Touchdown 3, steps 5 and 6 are complete in the teardown.
Copy, Chris. Thanks for that. And just about to hit the button and reattempt the hardline checks with Dragon.
Okay, copy.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling via hardline voice check. How do you read?
Here's on station, say again.
And station standby, Endeavor. This is a call for Endeavor via hardline voice check. How do you read?
Houston, Endeavor, completely unreadable. It's skipping pretty badly.
And Endeavor, it's Houston on Dragon to ground. We heard your reply loud and clear. Understand we're still broken. We're working it. Thanks for the patience.
We got you, Josh. That's exactly the case. Thanks.
Dragon FM voice check. How to read me? Counting 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
Podemos escuchar que están teniendo algunos problemas para leer la información de la cápsula Dragón. Entonces esperemos que esto no sea grave. Seguimos en espera de que se solucione este pequeño problema que se encuentra de conexión entre la cápsula Dragón y la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esperemos que no sea grave y que, que encuentren una solución lo más pronto posible, ya que estamos en espera de que se trasladen los astronautas de la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for a timeline tag up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Anna, we're managing the collection of the used water bottles and other items as well as our meal, and just looking to understand a little bit better how closely we're to hatch opening or another timeline milestone. We're kind of running to the end of the tablet here with meal 5 that started about, 25 minutes ago or so, and so just wanting to understand how much time we've got in front of us.
In Dragon SpaceX, we estimate we are about an hour to Dragon hatch opening.
Copy that, Anna. Thanks for those words. It just helps us manage getting things done. And looks like you guys are on board. Welcome aboard, I guess, the integrated space station now, huh?
Indeed. Thank you so much. We're excited to be here.
Endeavor, Houston calling over hardline for a voice check. How do you read us now?
Houston or station from Endeavor. I'm not sure the location of that last call, but still quite a bit of skipping and unreadable.
And Endeavor, it's Houston, loud and clear on Dragon to ground. We heard your response, so we're in the same situation. We're hearing you, you're not hearing us. We have one more troubleshooting item that we're going to put in work now, so we'll give that a try and then maybe call it for the day. We'll let you know.
Endeavor copies. Thanks, Houston.
Siguen tratando de solucionar el problema que se encuentra de conexión entre la cápsula Dragón y la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esperemos que muy pronto ya solucionen este problema y que no sea un problema grave, ya que pues estamos esperando la salida de los astronautas de la cápsula Dragón para que ya puedan trabajar en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Vuelvo a repetir, para todos los que se están uniendo o no saben mucho acerca de la situación, que se está llevando a cabo en estos momentos, pues estamos viendo lo que es ya la llegada de los astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional, que fue lanzada el día de ayer a las 3, aproximadamente a las 3:30 horario local en Florida, y que los astronautas llegaron el día de hoy, domingo, aproximadamente a las 10:30 a la estación espacial, terminando ya lo que es el acoplamiento aproximadamente a 10:45 de esta mañana, y pues únicamente estamos esperando que ya se pueda hacer la conexión entre la cápsula Dragón y la Estación Espacial Internacional para que los astronautas puedan ya estar en la estación espacial. Vuelvo a repetir, estos dos astronautas, uno es Robert Behnken y el otro es Douglas Hurley. Los dos ya tienen experiencia en vuelos. Ellos únicamente estuvieron ahí para evaluar lo que es la cápsula Dragón, ya que la cápsula Dragón va a ser la que se va a utilizar para poder trasladar astronautas de lo que es la Tierra a la Estación Internacional y de la Estación Internacional hacia la Tierra. Entonces es un nuevo programa que ha tenido hasta el momento mucho éxito por parte de SpaceX y NASA, en donde SpaceX va a recibir una certificación por parte de NASA para poder llevar humanos al espacio, y ya con esto pues empezaríamos lo que es ya básicamente vuelos comerciales hacia el espacio. Se planea que en el 2024, es decir, el 2024, se planee el primer viaje en donde se llevará a una mujer a la luna. Obviamente va a ser un equipo, pero en ese equipo estará la primera mujer que estaría pisando la luna. Después de este evento se estaría llevando una nueva misión y sería la primera misión hacia Marte. Ya estaríamos mandando, o SpaceX estaría mandando gente hacia lo que es Marte, nuestro planeta vecino. Solo para poder inspirar a todos aquellos que a veces necesitamos este pequeño push. Tenemos que los astronautas, Robert Behnken, él tiene dos licenciaturas, una en física y la otra en ingeniería mecánica. También tiene una maestría y un doctorado en ingeniería mecánica. Douglas Hurley, él tiene también lo que es una licenciatura en ingeniería civil, y además ha sido evaluador, un test pilot de lo que es la Marina de los Estados Unidos. Han sido seleccionados por NASA, ya que pues ellos tienen mucha experiencia en estos tipos de vuelos, y pues esperemos que todo salga bien. En estos momentos pues ya estamos viendo que los astronautas se están preparando ya para la salida, ya se han quitado los trajes, y pues esperamos en unos momentos que ya se le dé la luz verde para que se pueda abrir la compuerta y puedan moverse a la Estación Espacial Internacional. me gustaría hacer también una invitación para que se suscriban a este canal, le den like a la transmisión y pues compartan la transmisión con sus amigos, ya que estamos viendo este gran paso que está haciendo, marcando historia en los Estados Unidos y en el mundo, ya que pues por primera vez una empresa privada está llevando astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Estoy subiendo videos cada fin de semana, todos son relacionados a ciencia y algunos pues son relacionados a mi experiencia como ingeniero. Soy ingeniero mecatrónica, he participado en varias empresas como interno en Aerospace y también tenemos actualmente pues como podemos ver con esta situación del coronavirus pues hay muchos trabajos que se han cerrado, hay muchas personas que pues no tienen trabajo y pues al parecer soy una de ellas, así que espero que les esté gustando este contenido y de esta forma pues hagamos crecer este canal.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're tuning in to our coverage, you're getting a live look at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. You're hearing a lot of communications from the International Space Station, both from the space station side over space to ground. NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, setting up for the hatch opening. You can see a series of cameras scattered around, ready to capture the best views of Bob and Doug coming through that hatch. We did get confirmation just shortly that we did have good pressurization of the vestibule. It'll be about 10 minutes to perform a series of leak checks. Again, that pressure needs to stabilize. The thermal conditions make it swing just a little bit, so just waiting for that to stabilize before those leak checks are finalized. That underway within the next 10 minutes. We do have communications settled in the hardline connection between International Space Station and Dragon. You can see from the inside of Dragon now, the crew doffed or took off their suits, just getting a few things packed up before they eventually open up the hatch after that pressurization is equalized between Space Station and Dragon.
Como podemos ver, ya los astronautas ya están casi listos para que se muevan hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Houston calling for a voice check over the big loop. We've retransitioned back to RF, so back to RF. How do you hear us?
Houston Dragon on the Houston Dragon on a big loop. Was that comm check for us?
Yeah, affirmative Endeavor. It's Houston. We transitioned back to RF because we still had the interference over hardline. So we're back on RF now and just want to make sure we had you.
We've got you loud and clear on RF.
Loud and clear as well. We're just going to leave it here for now. Thank you.
Here's a live look from inside the Crew Dragon. You're seeing Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley just preparing the inside of Dragon. They have doffed or taken off their suits. The pressurization between Space Station and Dragon is complete. They just need to perform some leak checks, make sure that pressure is stable before they actually open the hatch.
Acabamos de escuchar la confirmación de que ya da presión entre lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional y lo que es la cápsula Dragón. Ya se encuentran en estado estable. Únicamente se está checando de que no haya ninguna fuga, ya que pues esto provocaría que haya problemas con los astronautas. Así como también la Estación Espacial Internacional tendría ese problema de liberación de oxígeno cuando pues ellos necesitan ese oxígeno para mantenerse por más tiempo en la estación espacial. Solo estamos en espera de que ya se les avise que puedan abrir la compuerta y de esa forma pasar a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Para todos los que están sintonizando este canal, ya sea desde su computadora o desde su teléfono celular, si tienen alguna duda, solo déjenlo en los comentarios. Trataré de contestarlas de la forma correcta posible, ya que pues por ahí muchos pueden tener algunas preguntas. Déjenlas en los comentarios y ya yo estaría dando una respuesta lo más acertada posible. Orlando Galán, saludos, claro que sí, saludos para todos los que nos escuchan en Paraguay. En este momento únicamente estamos esperando aquí a que se les dé luz verde a los astronautas para que se puedan mover hacia la estación espacial internacional. A ellos se les dio indicación de que recojan todos sus pertenencias que se encuentran en la cápsula Dragón, y eso es lo que estaban haciendo, que hagan un conteo de todo lo que de todo lo que ellos llevan como alimento y todo ese tipo de cosas, para que ya cuando se les dé la luz verde ya se puedan mover fácilmente hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. En estos momentos únicamente estamos en la espera que se les dé luz verde para que ya se pueda abrir lo que es la compuerta. Hemos estado escuchando de que pues han tenido algunos problemas de comunicación con lo que es la cápsula Dragón, ya que pues por algún motivo no pueden leer la información, el estatus de la cápsula Dragón. Únicamente, vuelvo a repetir, estamos en espera de que ya se les dé luz verde para que podamos ver ya la transición de los astronautas.
If you're just joining us, you're getting a look inside the Crew Dragon. That was Bob Bankhead seated on the right side, the pilot seat or the Joint Operations Mission Commander seat for Demo 2. He and Doug Hurley, the commander of the spacecraft, just preparing the inside, putting away some trash. They just doffed their suits, and right now just waiting for the pressure to equalize between the International Space Station and Bob and Doug. Just two hatches, really, separating them from the inside of the orbiting complex. Aboard International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy has been outfitting Node 2. It's the first node. Once you cross over some of the hatchways, there it is. You can see some of the cameras positioned around to capture the crew coming in to the International Space Station. Much of that work completed at this point. Really, at this point, just waiting for good leak checks between Station and Dragon.
Station Huntsville, Space to Ground 3 for Chris on the ISS experience.
Head on 3.
Hey Chris, we're not seeing good connection between the SSC-25 and the camera. We're coming up on a handover, but they're looking for a reboot of SSC-25.
Reboot 25, copy.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for inventory.
I am here and ready to copy.
Okay, Anna, we'll start with location 9 from bag 203. Remove 3 water bottles.
Copy. 3 bottles removed from bag 203.
Good read back from location 10. We removed bottles from each of bag 207, 208, so 6 water bottles in total.
And Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken on that call, but I think I copied 3 bottles from each bag 207 and 208. Is that correct?
En estos momentos están reportando inventario desde la cápsula Dragón hacia lo que es el centro de control en Houston, Texas.
For location 11, one dinner from bag 317, one breakfast from bag 315, and one lunch from bag 316.
Yeah, there are several.
I copy one dinner from 317, one breakfast from 315, and one lunch from 316.
Folks are interested, but they're all everything that was taken has been sent down.
That's a good readback. And location 12, one dinner from bag 321, one breakfast from bag 319, and one lunch from bag 320.
I copy one dinner from 321, one breakfast from 319, one lunch from 310. And am I correct to conclude all of this includes your consumption from the lunch that you just completed?
That's correct, Anna. We've finished eating, and the lunch we just completed is a good, complete list of what I've read down to you so far. The only thing we have remaining is the flush of the waste system here, and we'll do that with a water bottle and report when we do that a little bit later.
Copy. That sounds like a perfect plan. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, that's the extent of our inventory. All else is per the packing plan.
Copy all else from per the packing plan.
This is Mission Control Houston. You've seen Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, do much of the setup, but he does have two crew members on board, both Russian cosmonauts. Next to him right now is Ivan Wagner, rookie space flyer that was on the same Soyuz spacecraft that Chris Cassidy launched on from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just a little more than a month ago. Also on board is Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin. This is Mission Control Houston. We are coming up on almost 2 hours since the Crew Dragon made contact and was captured by at the International Space Station's forward International Docking Adapter. That happened at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern. Still working through some of those milestones, equalizing the pressure between Dragon and International Space Station, verifying some of the communications, and of course you see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley inside, continuing to prepare the inside of their vessel before they make their way inside the orbiting complex.
En lo que esperamos por la transición de estos astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional, vamos a platicar algo sobre esta estación. Y bueno, tenemos datos de que esta estación espacial es de aproximadamente el tamaño de un campo de fútbol americano. En la estación espacial se tiene 2 baños, un gimnasio, y además contamos con una ventana de 360 grados en los cuales se puede apreciar lo que es la Tierra. Su lanzamiento fue el 20 de noviembre de 1998 y bueno, para esas fechas pues fue considerado como uno de los grandes pasos por los humanos hacia la exploración espacial. Y esto, bueno, fue a causa de lo que fue la competencia, la carrera espacial entre Estados Unidos y lo que en ese momento sería Rusia. En la construcción de esta estación espacial participaron 16 países, incluyendo España y Brasil. Se estima que el costo de la construcción de esta estación espacial es alrededor de unos 93.000 millones de dólares.
From Bob Behnken, Joint Operations Mission Commander of the Demo 2 mission, taking down some of those video feeds. We're still waiting for some of those milestones to pass before actually opening the hatch. The Dragon crew continuing to get themselves ready before opening the hatch. Chris Cassidy on the other side, just preparing some of the camera views, making sure everything's set there, done even a little bit ahead of time. We do have confirmation that there is a good data connection path between Dragon and the International Space Station. Some of those checks underway next.
Acabamos de confirmar de que ya se encontró solución al problema que se estaba teniendo y que pues ya hay óptima conexión entre la cápsula Dragón y la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esperemos que ya en unos momentos se efectúe lo que es la transición. De esta forma podemos ya tener a estos dos grandes astronautas en la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Thanks for your help. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
Dragon SpaceX, we have gone exterior with the cameras.
Dragon copy, thanks.
Estamos aquí observando que ya están preparándose, ya están alistando las cámaras. Por ahí el astronauta quien va a recibir a los otros dos en camino, pues ya está preparándose para tomar las mejores fotografías de este gran evento que acaba de ocurrir. Y como último dato sobre la Estación Espacial Internacional, pues se mueve a 7.66 kilómetros por segundo. Seguimos en espera. Ya podemos observar que el astronauta en la estación espacial está configurando ya las cámaras. Vemos que tomó otra y que se está acomodando para poder hacer las tomas necesarias o las tomas que serán pues mostradas al mundo de que pues ya tenemos 2 astronautas más en la Estación Espacial Internacional.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're getting a look at the inside of the International Space Station. That's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63. Continuing to get some of those cameras configured for hatch opening. Many milestones already passed after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, almost 2 hours ago at this point. At the time of docking, the International Space Station was on Russian thrusters. After contact and capture, was moved over to control moment gyro, stabilization and attitude control. Now back to its standard configuration of thrusters and control moment gyros. After an umbilical connecting Dragon to the International Space Station was established, we did get confirmation of good power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Dragon now relying on station power. We did get confirmation of good data transmission. And of course, the teams here on the ground, both here in Houston and in Hawthorne, troubleshooting some of the communication to make sure that is ready to go prior to hatch opening. Pressurization between International Space Station and Dragon brought up to the same pressure, 14.7, the same we would find here on Earth. Leak checks are next to confirm the pressure is stabilized between the two vehicles. You see the hatch just on the other side of Chris Cassidy there. That's the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. There's 2 more hatches once you go down that hatchway. One is to the International Docking Adapter, and the other is the hatch of Dragon itself.
Como podemos ver, ya se encuentra, ya dieron luz verde para poder empezar con lo que es abrir lo que es la compuerta y de esa forma pues ya pasar la transición de estos astronautas. Solo se espera que se dé la confirmación ya para empezar a abrir las compuertas. Vemos que ya todo está preparado, tenemos todas las cámaras listas y en unos momentos se estaría abriendo la compuerta de la cápsula Dragón para que ya puedan salir los astronautas. Seguimos en espera de la confirmación para que ya se puedan abrir las compuertas y de esta forma ya pueda hacer la transición de estos astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Vuelvo a repetir, la nave pues ya estaba configurada, ya estaba programada para que llegara a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Los astronautas únicamente estuvieron ahí presentes para poder evaluar, para poder decidir si la nave era apropiada para poder llevar humanos al espacio, especialmente a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Suits, just to let you know that. And then the other thing is we can put 4.400 section 2 in work if you think we have some time before we get the hatch open.
We copy. You are go to stop drying your suits and turn off that suit fan at this time. Let me get you words on that waste system flush.
Okay. We'll shut the suit fan off now.
In Dragon SpaceX, we are about a half hour prior to hatch open, so you are go to do that waste system flush if that sounds good to you at this time.
Okay, we may give it a few minutes. If it's going to be 30 minutes until hatch opening, we may want to use it just one more time. So yeah, we may hold off for another 10 minutes or so, but let us know if anything changes, otherwise we'll do it then.
Totally reasonable. Sounds like a good plan.
Acaban de confirmar que ya en 10 minutos se estaría haciendo la transición. Solo están esperando por confirmación. En caso de que haya algún problema, algún detalle que se tenga que ajustar, solamente están esperando eso y en 10 minutos ya se estaría haciendo esta transición. Bueno, pues los astronautas salieron el día de ayer a las 3, aproximadamente a las 3:30, y el viaje tuvo 19 horas desde la salida de la Tierra hasta llegar a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Tuvieron que dar 2 vueltas completas en forma de espiral a la Tierra para que pudiera llegar a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Los astronautas llegaron a la Estación Espacial Internacional aproximadamente a las 10 y media. Aproximadamente a las 10 y media llegaron a la estación espacial, hora local de Florida. Y bueno, se tardaron aproximadamente media hora en hacer el acoplamiento, ya que el acoplamiento tenía 2 partes. La primera donde la cápsula, la Estación Espacial Internacional captura la cápsula y después la cápsula se estaría acoplando a lo que es la estación espacial ya de forma permanente. Esa es la segunda etapa y después de eso pues únicamente estamos en espera de que los astronautas ya puedan pasar la Estación Espacial Internacional. Hubo algunos problemas, no tenían conexión entre la cápsula y lo que es la Estación Espacial Internacional. Entonces estuvimos esperando aproximadamente 1 hora, ya que pues no encontraban una solución a ese problema. Y pues ahora ya todo se encuentra en perfectas condiciones, solo estamos esperando a que vuelvan a correr el test y si hay algún otro problema pues se puede esperar un momento más. En lo contrario pues ya se haría la transición de la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris, comm config.
Go ahead.
We just wanted to clarify from your last comments. We show it as being in the standard config, whereby you're going to be coming down over the camcorder HD mic, and we'll be going up over Space to Ground 2, and that's what we're intending. Did you maybe just? We might have missed your intent in your previous remarks. Is that what you had in mind?
No, I had, like we do all other PAO events, we talk, we hold the handheld microphone that is going through the clip-on mic transmitter to the clip-on through the camera, and then the audio comes down through the encoder. That's how we typically do PAO events. So I could go back to that config if you need, super fast, or if you want to do it this way where we're talking on Space to Ground 2, that's fine too. I don't care. Just throwing it out there because it's different than we normally do PAO events.
Stand by.
And just to be clear, with the config we're in now is the Node 2 camera is not connected to the encoder, as you probably know. So all I would do is just plug the cable back into the encoder and switch back over to the nominal Node 2 camcorder.
And Chris, that is clear. The camera needs to be plugged into the encoder. So what you're saying is what we need. We don't know where it got swapped up, but the camera should definitely be plugged into the encoder, and audio is coming down via that encoder.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just use it on the, I guess what I was thinking is going back to one without a battery and not be dependent on the battery, and going back over to the nominal cable, which includes power. I just get a little leery about relying on these batteries.
Gabby, we have Photo TV online, so we're talking to them on the phone right now. Stand by one. Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Microphone and the free float camera both connected to the encoder. Does that clear it up?
Okay, copy all. You want the free float camera, and we'll use the handheld microphone through the ATU. Copy all. No problem. I think I'm not communicating. No pun intended. But I think we're in a good config now, and I won't swap over to the nominal Node 2 camera.
Connected a new cable.
Down by Chris. Station Houston 3, Chris. If you're still there, we think we still have it backwards. So I see you look. Yeah, I see in the video now. So we still have PAO on the line. Sorry for the confusion, but I think this much is clear. This morning, we moved cameras. We swapped the cameras that were connected to the encoder. What we want now, we're getting video from the free float camera through the encoder, so that's good. We're seeing it right now. What we need, just relaying here, is your lapel mic. That has to go through that new free float camera, so that your mic connects to the free float camera, and then that audio comes down through the encoder. Does that make sense?
That's the config it's in right now, and that's all perfect. The only benefit, I guess, I didn't initially make it clear, is if I switch back to the normal cable and the normal camera, we're not dependent on a battery power on the camera. I just am worried that throughout this whole event, that all of a sudden the battery's going to go out. I go back to the nominal.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Now report complete with 4.012.
The benefit to this free flow camera
Copy
is
complete
I can
with
take
4.012.
and make it all the way into the Dragon, which I don't think we could do with the other cable. So my thought was, after we do all of the ingress stuff and we switch gears to the PAO ceremony when we're standing right in front of the hatch, we could have actual power to the camera. But it's really no big deal. What I'll do is I have got a couple batteries on standby, and I'll just make sure there's a fresh battery right before we start that PAO event.
Okay, Chris, sorry it took so long, but I'm 100% with you, and copy 100% on the battery concern. The word we're getting here is we would like to run it in the config that it's in right now. We copy all on the battery config. Great idea to have a few spares nearby, but we think it's going to last throughout the whole event.
Okay, copy all.
And Station Houston on 3 for Chris. With that out of the way, you have a go when able for your 1615 activity. 1615, that's your go for steps 3 and 4 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival.
Okay, 1615 activity, inward.
Endeavor, Houston calling on hardline for a voice check. Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a voice check.
Loud and clear, how was?
Hey, Endeavor, Houston, we have you loud and clear on hardline. Great news.
Well, congrats. Sounds like we got it at least somewhat sorted out.
Affirmative, concur. We think we might have found it interference between C2V2 and the hardline system, but we're going to keep it here for now and proceed down the timeline.
Cada vez nos acercamos más ya al momento en que estos astronautas estarían pasando a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Todo está saliendo de una manera esperada, así que solo estamos en espera de que ya por fin pues, se pueda abrir esta compuerta y se pueda hacer la transición de esos astronautas de la cápsula Dragón hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Se espera que estos astronautas estén entre 1 a 4 meses. Todo depende de la situación en la que ellos se encuentren de su misión y ya estarían regresando a la Tierra.
Station Houston on 2, Chris, TPT is good, you're good to continue.
Copy, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the inside of the International Space Station. What you were hearing before were just some of the audio and video checks, just making sure that everything's synced up so that we get the best views and the best audio possible for when Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley come through that hatch. We're working towards the hatch opening now. You can see Chris Cassidy down the pressurized mating adapter. That hatch will open up to the international docking adapter. On the other side is the Dragon hatch. Cassidy working through those procedures after pressure equalization was complete. Now expecting around the order of 10 to 15 minutes maybe until we finally get that hatch open. So we'll stand by, keep those views coming from the inside of the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard.
Acabamos de escuchar la confirmación de que ya se está llevando a cabo los pasos 3 a 4, que son en tratar de configurar o verificar de que las presiones en ambos lados por parte de la estación espacial y por parte de la cápsula Dragón se encuentren en la misma presión, ya que si no están en la misma presión se podría crear una especie de explosión interna, y esto podría, bueno, causar daños a la estación espacial y también a lo que es la cápsula Dragón. Entonces por eso es muy importante que se mantengan las dos presiones de una forma similar para que ya puedan avanzar a poder abrir la compuerta de la cápsula Dragón. Ya que hay dos compuertas, una es por parte de la estación espacial y la otra es por parte de lo que es la cápsula Dragón, entonces se tienen que abrir ambas. Y estamos viendo una vez más lo que es la sala de control en Houston, Texas. Todos esperando a que ya por fin se pueda darle una bienvenida a estos nuevos astronautas que van a estar en esta estación por alrededor de 1 a 4 meses, dependiendo de la situación en la que se encuentren, ya que pues llevan muestras y tienen que hacer algunos ejercicios, algunos trabajos en la estación espacial también, y si ellos terminan pronto sus actividades, bueno, estarían regresando a la Tierra en 1 mes o 4 meses en el peor de los casos, ya que ellos pues llevaron algunas muestras de la Tierra y también fueron como evaluadores de la cápsula Dragón, para de esta forma pues ya darle luz verde a SpaceX y poder llevar humanos al espacio, en este caso a la estación espacial internacional, y en el futuro pues poder llevar humanos a la luna. En este caso estaría llevando a la primer mujer a la luna, y en futuro misión estarían llevando personas a Marte.
Dragon vehicle, the Crew Dragon vehicle, with Bob Benkin and Doug Hurley aboard, 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern.
Dragon FM voice check. How do you read me? Counting. 1 2 1
30-minute
1
timer that
2
you gave
2
us a little
1
bit
2
earlier.
3 1 2 4 1 2 5.
Here, and then give you go to come back on board.
In Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken in that previous call.
Houston station, speaker ground 2. I don't hear Dragon.
I think you're being summoned by the Russian crew. In Dragon SpaceX, I was told to proceed with you. Can you please repeat your last?
Yeah, Anna, just wanted to double check with you to make sure you had copied our last and that we were still good on that estimated timer that you gave us for 30 minutes. It looks like we've got about 10 minutes left. So we'd like to pick up in section 2 of 4.400.
Checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. Chris Cassidy opens the hatch to the International Docking Adapter, 11:37 a.m. Central Time. Station and Dragon flying together, 267 statute miles over the South Pacific. There's a view from the camera at the forward end of Dragon.
20 minutes until Dragon.
Tenemos confirmación de que ya se llevó a cabo la operación que tanto estábamos esperando. Ya acaban de abrir la compuerta por el lado de la Estación Espacial Internacional, así como la compuerta por el lado de la estación de la cápsula Dragón. Como podemos ver, ya se está haciendo la transición de los astronautas hacia la estación internacional.
Expected time to open that hatch is about 20 minutes from now. We'll report that time to you and expect to do a welcome ceremony at 12:15 a.m. Central Time, 1:15 p.m. Eastern. That'll welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station as part of the Expedition 63 crew. We'll get to hear some words from them and have some VIPs here in Mission Control Houston to provide words to the teams that oversaw the entire mission and the crew aboard the International Space Station.
Station Houston, we copy the hatch open, no condensation, thanks.
Se ha mandado la confirmación de que ya abrieron la primera compuerta por parte de la Estación Espacial Internacional hacia la cápsula Dragón. El aviso ya fue confirmado por Houston. Solo esperamos que se confirme la operación para poder abrir ya el lado de la cápsula Dragón.
You are loud and clear. We'll put section 2 of 4.400 in work.
We copy all. Thank you. And please give Anatoly a call on Big Loop.
Okay, we'll call Anatoly on the Big Loop, and I'd also like to report 2 bottles of water consumed from location 9, bag 204.
Location 9, bag 204, and to confirm that was for the waste system flush.
One for the waste system.
Chris Cassidy removing that target from the APAS hatch docking interface.
Se espera una ceremonia para los astronautas que están a punto de trasladarse a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Después estarán dando lo que es algunas palabras de agradecimiento a todo el equipo que hizo esto posible, y después pues ya estaríamos viendo ya las palabras de la Estación Espacial, de los miembros que se encuentran en la Estación Espacial, dándole la cálida bienvenida a estos astronautas que pues han estado en la cápsula Dragón por 19 horas desde el día de ayer, y que llegaron a la Estación Espacial Internacional esta mañana alrededor de las 10:30 de la mañana. Y bueno, pues desde ese momento han estado trabajando para que por fin ya se puedan trasladar a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Solo estamos esperando confirmación por parte de la cápsula Dragón para que ya se pueda hacer el traslado. Como podemos ver, los astronautas que se encuentran en la estación espacial ya están haciendo las operaciones requeridas para que se pueda abrir la cápsula Dragón.
This is Mission Control Houston. Those comm checks within the International Space Station between the Dragon crew, Chris Cassidy, and on the other side of the International Space Station, the Russian segment, Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin completing those voice checks. You can see Cassidy continuing to outfit the hatch, just clearing the space and providing some padding and removing that docking target from the APAS hatch.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead and Dragon to ground.
So I copy that the waste system flush is in work, and 2 more bags were consumed from location 9, bag 204, and that includes the water used for the waste system flush. Is that all correct?
From bag 204, one of which Bob is in the process of consuming, and the other will be for the waste flush. That is correct.
Perfect. Thanks for clarifying. And secondly, do we have your permission to come back on board with video?
Negative. We're going to need about 2 minutes. We're just wrapping up ops here right now.
Copy. 2 more minutes. We will await your confirmation.
2 minutos más en lo que ya se manda la confirmación para que ya se pueda hacer el traslado de estos 2 astronautas. Podemos ver que ya se está arreglando el pasillo para que puedan de esta manera moverse hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Was Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on the other side of that hatch, inside the Crew Dragon vehicle, finishing up their operations on the inside for that hatch opening, expected in about 10 to 15 minutes. Again, it's been a process to get to this point. Just about 2.5 hours ago, docking to the International Space Station was Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the first commercial American vehicle to dock to the International Space Station with crew aboard. Again, we're expecting about 10 to 15 minutes to open up that hatch. One more hatch separating Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley from the inside of the International Space Station, still looking at Cassidy doing some of the prep work for that hatch. We'll get some great views that Cassidy set up over the past few hours to capture this historic moment today. Be sure to stay tuned in at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, 1:15 p.m. Eastern. We'll start a welcome ceremony, officially welcoming Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station to join the Expedition 63 crew.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
Anna, you're clear to come on board.
Copy. Clear to come on board, and thanks for your patience with the comm. We are in an orientation that's creating some blockage to receive your comm on Dragon to ground.
Yeah, we figured that was it. No problem. That's part of the deal.
Chris Cassidy giving a wave, eagerly awaiting Bob and Doug to come aboard. Just behind him, you see Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner, Russian cosmonauts of Expedition 63 standing by. We'll be able to come aboard Dragon here in a sec, get some views from the Crew Dragon. We're in a short handover of those communications from the International Space Station. Video and audio should be regaining them momentarily. Anatoly Ivanishin in the foreground there. Chris Cassidy continuing the prep work for opening up the hatch there. Again, the pressurized mating adapter hatch you see there in the foreground is open. The APAS hatch to the international docking adapter is open. Just one more, and that's the hatch of Dragon, the Crew Dragon vehicle.
Houston Station, space to ground 2. Station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Station Houston copies. Dragon call ready when you're able.
Houston Dragon, go ahead.
And Dragon Houston, just looking to confirm that you're ready for hatch equalization.
We are ready as long as SpaceX is ready.
Okay, Station and Endeavour, stand by for equalization. We're putting it in work. Expected equalization time 4 minutes.
Se espera que en 4 minutos ya se encuentre las presiones iguales tanto en la estación espacial como en la cápsula Dragón para que ya se pueda efectuar la transición. Como podemos ver, ya todos los astronautas se están preparando para la ceremonia que se va a llevar a cabo y para darles una cálida bienvenida a los astronautas que están a punto de salir. Ya en unos 3 minutos espero que ya se esté efectuando la salida de estos astronautas que pues formarán parte ya de esta este staff que ya se encuentra en la estación espacial.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're continuing to equalize the pressure of that last hatch. Behind that hatch is Bob Behnken and Doug.
Saludos para Maverick One, que se acaba de conectar a esta transmisión. Y bueno, pues no han llegado a Marte, pero sí ya llegaron a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Acaban de llegar el día de hoy, alrededor de las 10:30. y desde entonces hemos estado esperando, ya que se han presentado algunos problemas por parte de los miembros de la Estación Espacial Internacional, ya que han tenido problemas con la conexión hacia la cápsula Dragón. Esto hubo algunos problemas, ya que se requiere de mantener controlar la cápsula Dragón desde la estación espacial, pero al parecer ya todo ha estado en orden. Ya en estos momentos estamos solo en espera de que ya en unos cuantos minutos o quizás segundos ya se abra la compuerta de la cápsula Dragón, y de esta forma pues ya podamos ver a los astronautas moviéndose hasta a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Podemos ver que ya todos se están preparando. Al parecer ya en estos momentos se efectuará la apertura de la cápsula Dragón. Estamos en espera. Solo como nota, habrá una ceremonia de bienvenida para los astronautas en la estación espacial. Y como podemos ver en la parte izquierda de la pantalla, podemos observar a los tripulantes, a los astronautas de la cápsula Dragón, que ya están preparándose para salir. Podemos ver que están realizando los últimos ajustes. Y aquí podemos ver ya que los astronautas pues se preparan para poder recibir a estos dos nuevos astronautas que se encuentran todavía en la cápsula Dragón.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, we are standing by for confirmation of the hatch opening between the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon. There's the hatch to the Crew Dragon. Seeing Doug Hurley through the glass on the other side.
Y aquí podemos ver nuevamente que en la parte izquierda que ya están preparándose para la salida, y en la parte derecha, bueno, pues estaba el lado de la Estación Espacial Internacional ya listos para abrir estas compuertas. Y bueno, aquí lo tenemos nuevamente, ya están preparándose.
Still equalizing that pressure between Crew Dragon and International Space Station, just moments away.
Big loop, you are go for hatch opening per the decal, followed by the remaining actions in your procedure 4.400.
Acabamos de escuchar la afirmación ya para poder darles la bienvenida a estos dos astronautas en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Casi estamos listos ya para darle la bienvenida a estos dos astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Aquí podemos observar que ya por la parte de la cápsula Dragón, los astronautas pues ya están haciendo las operaciones para poder abrir la cápsula.
And with that, the hatch is open 12:02 p.m. Central Time. 1:02 p.m.
Confirmación de que ya se abrió la cápsula Dragón y ya solo estamos esperando a que sean recibidos en la estación espacial. Leonardo, Nieto, no han llegado a ningún planeta, están en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Y saludos a Venezuela. Espero que todos estén pasándola de maravilla. Y pues estamos únicamente en la espera de tener ya la ceremonia a estos dos astronautas que acaban de salir el día de ayer alrededor de las 3:30 desde Cabo Cañaveral, Florida. Ellos tuvieron que pasar 19 horas de vuelo para poder llegar a la Estación Espacial Internacional, que se efectuó hoy en la mañana a las 10 aproximadamente 10:30 de la mañana, y que pues dado algunos problemas técnicos que se tuvo en la estación espacial, pues se ha retrasado la apertura de la cápsula. En estos momentos pues ya estamos observando que ya se confirmó la apertura de la cápsula y que estamos solo en la espera de que los astronautas se muevan a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
If you're just tuning in, the hatches are open between Dragon and
Claro que sí, saludos para Wilson, dice que está viendo, se acaba de unir a esta transmisión. Y claro que sí, pues volvemos a ser parte de la historia una vez más, especialmente para SpaceX, que pues ya tenemos una nueva compañía privada que se encuentra ya enviando humanos a la estación espacial. Felicidades, Cristian, para tu mamá que está cumpliendo años el día de hoy, y espero que la estén pasando muy bien. En este momento, Maverick, realmente no desconozco los nombres de las personas que se encuentran en la estación espacial, pero sí hay mujeres De hecho, apenas acaba de llegar una mujer a la Tierra que se encontraba en la estación espacial. Eso sucedió hace una semana, me parece. Hasta el momento solo puedo contar que hay alrededor de unos 6 tripulantes en la estación espacial. Estos dos nuevos, que son Robert Benken y Doug Harley, ellos estarán regresando en un mes aproximadamente, de 1 a 4 meses, dependiendo de cómo esté la situación, ya que ellos llevan algunas muestras hacia la estación espacial para darle algunos estudios. Saludos, Maribel Pérez, hasta Nueva York. Felicitaciones. Espero que se la estén pasando muy bien. Estoy haciendo lo posible para que esta transmisión llegue hasta todos ustedes. Subo videos cada fin de semana, así que espero que les haga una invitación y espero que se suscriban a este canal. Saludos para Ana María, de parte de Cristian mío. Dice que están pegados a la transmisión en familia. Eso es increíble, que estén todos en familia. Y especialmente porque pues estamos pasando una situación que es algo complicada. Y felicitaciones a todos que estén disfrutando esa transmisión.
Space Station on a rocket launched from U.S. soil, built by an American company. The first time ever Americans will enter from a commercially built spacecraft.
Muchas gracias, Noé Alonso. El nombre dice que el nombre del astronauta que acaba de abrir las compuertas se llama Christopher Cassidy. Y bueno, pues él se encuentra del lado de la Estación Espacial Internacional. Muchas gracias, Noé Alonso, por esa información. Claro que sí, saludos a Victoria Alonso Díaz, hasta Coahuila, México. Muchas felicidades para Victoria Alonso Díaz, de parte de Noé Alonso, claro que sí, ahí están los saludos.
We're just looking for a quick voice check on the mic.
Saludos también para Valeri de Johansi Álvarez, espero haber pronunciado bien su nombre, desde Argentina. Claro que sí, saludos a Argentina. Esperemos que todos estén de maravilla en Argentina.
Okay, copy that.
Igual, muchas gracias, Gustavo García. Pues estamos haciendo lo mejor para llevar esa transmisión a todos, especialmente para todos los de habla hispana, ya que pues como podemos ver todo esto es en inglés y muchos de nosotros pues no entendemos muy bien lo que está sucediendo, y para mí es un placer estar transmitiendo para todos, para toda la comunidad hispana, claro. Bueno, Johansi Álvarez, los astronautas ya están en la estación espacial. Lo único que estamos esperando es que ellos se muevan de la cápsula Dragón hacia la estación espacial. El vuelo fue ayer a las 10:30 aproximadamente, y ellos tuvieron que pasar 19 horas, que fue lo que duró el viaje. Llegaron a la estación espacial aproximadamente a las 10:30, pero tuvieron algunos problemas en la estación espacial y por eso es de que hasta el momento pues no se han podido mover hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional. Todavía siguen en la cápsula Dragón. Solo estamos esperando ya que se dé esa transición para que pues ya empiecen los trabajos regulares en la estación.
Station Houston on two things. Chris, we did hear you over the PAO side of things. That was a good voice check. We might ask you for one more. And then for the Dragon crew, you also have a go for 6.3. That's opening the location 23 and checking for debris.
Dragon copies 6-3 and work.
If you're just tuning in, you're getting a live look. On the left of your screen is a look inside the Crew Dragon on the Demo 2 mission. On the right, the International Space Station.
Houston,
Bob Behnken.
Dragon on the big loop. We are ready for 6.4 and section 4 of the LIO instructions.
Vuelvo a repetir, en este momento únicamente están haciendo algunos test de audio ya para llevar a cabo la ceremonia de bienvenida de estos astronautas a la estación espacial. Gloria García Carrillo, saludos a Humberto Pizarro, claro que sí, me gustaría saber dónde nos escucha Gloria García y también en dónde se encuentra Humberto Pizarro para poder mandarle su felicitación completa.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station, losing video communication from the International Space Station. It will only be momentary. We'll have those views back to see Bob Behnken.
Tenemos problemas de comunicación. Perdimos video desde la estación espacial, pero estamos aquí ahorita visualizando lo que es el control en tierra en Houston, Texas. Esperamos la conexión nuevamente para poder tener video una vez más y poder ver qué está sucediendo en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Bueno, ya tenemos aquí los saludos completos para Humberto Pizarro, que nos escucha en Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua. Saludos hasta Chihuahua.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. When convenient, PAO requests an additional voice check through the mic.
Acabamos de escuchar que están haciendo pruebas para el micrófono para de esta forma poder hacer la transmisión de la ceremonia que se va a llevar a cabo en la estación espacial, recibiendo a estos dos astronautas que se... Estos dos astronautas que están ya listos para el abordaje a la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Chris, PAO is working comm reconfig. I'll call you if we're ready for another check.
Houston and SpaceX Endeavour in 6.5 LIO cartridges sealed and installed.
SpaceX copies.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. We wanted you to confirm that the mic is in channel 1. It needs to be in channel 1. A thought here is that it could have been bumped over to 2.
Hola, Daniel Chun Esquivel. Claro que sí, estoy haciendo todo lo posible por darles lo mejor de lo mejor. Y pues saludos, claro, para Daniel y su hija, que nos escuchan desde Trujillo, Perú. Claro que sí, ahí están sus saludos. Y vuelvo a repetir, trataré de hacerlo mejor para que ustedes disfruten esta transmisión. Daniel y su hija Harumi, espero pronunciar bien su nombre. Saludos desde Trujillo, Perú.
And Chris, nothing in MCC. We see you trying. The word here is that as long as that is in channel 1, any problems past that point are on our end, so we're looking into it. We'll be right back to you.
Volvemos a detectar problemas por ahí en la estación espacial o la cápsula Dragón. Van a volver a tratar de hacer algunos tests y poder encontrar la falla. En estos momentos acaban de confirmar que ya todo está solucionado y vamos a esperar a que esta transición se lleve a cabo.
It appears that the ABV inner Bravo is open, as well as the PPRV ISO valve.
I copy that AVV inner Bravo appears to be open, as well as PPRV ISO valve.
Go ahead and cycle them to close if you're good with that call.
Yes, we are good with that call and appreciate the status. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, hatches were open at 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We are moments away from Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley entering the International Space Station.
Una vez más, para todos los que estaban preguntando de qué astronautas estaban en la estación espacial, bueno, actualmente, a este momento, únicamente se encuentran tres. Tenemos a Chris Cassidy, Anatolini Ivanishin y el último que es Iván Wagner. Esos son los tres astronautas y son los que estamos viendo ahorita en pantalla. Son los únicos que se encuentran en la estación espacial en este momento. A esos tres estamos agregando Robert y estamos agregando a Doug, sumando un total de 5 astronautas actualmente en la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Never copies, with pleasure. We'll be there in a second.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo 2 mission entering the International Space Station.
Claro que sí, aquí tenemos al primer astronauta, Ben y Robert, que ya están. Tenemos aquí a Robert Behnken y a Doug Hurley, que ya están en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Esperamos algunas palabras. Claro que sí, Oriol Borras, ellos ya están en la Estación Espacial Internacional, los podemos ver en pantalla, son todos ellos los que ahorita se encuentran en la Estación Espacial, son 5, el que se encuentra con el micrófono ahorita en estos momentos se llama Chris Cassidy, él es, me parece, el director de la Estación Espacial. Estamos listos para la primera fotografía de estos 5 astronautas. Bueno, espero que los 2 nuevos astronautas se encuentren saludables, ya que efectivamente pues es muy difícil mantener una distancia en la estación espacial, ya que pues no hay tanto espacio para que ellos puedan estar más separados.
Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on its Demo 2 mission. We're standing by for a welcome ceremony. We'll have VIPs here in Mission Control Houston ready to greet the crew.
En estos momentos estamos en espera para llevar a cabo la ceremonia de bienvenida a estos dos astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Me parece que va a haber unas palabras desde la base en Houston.
All right, station, it's Houston on Space Ground 2. Confirm that you are ready for the event.
Houston, this station, we are ready for the event.
Copy that. And sir, Administrator Bridenstine, welcome to MCC. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is the NASA Administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so, so proud of everything you have done for our country and, in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and, of course, NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
Well, we have some VIPs with us here, and I'm sure they have some questions that they'd like to ask you, but I have one of my own before I turn it over. And I just wanted to find out if you guys got any sleep on your way up there the last, I'd say, I got 19 hours. Did you guys get any sleep?
Yeah, I think a lot of folks in Hawthorne were asking the same question, sir, but we did get probably a good 7 hours or so opportunity for sleep, and I did succeed at sleep, and Doug did as well. So the first night is always a little bit of a challenge, but the Dragon was a slick vehicle, and we had good airflow, and so we had an excellent evening, and just excited to be back in low Earth orbit again.
Amazing. Well, one of the people that is here with us today is Senator Ted Cruz, and of course he's a huge advocate of America's space program, and he's been somebody who has helped us so much as we transition from one administration to the next administration. And the reason missions like this can have success is because of continuity of purpose. And Senator Ted Cruz was a leader on a bill called the the NASA Transition Authorization Act. And because of that, we have had a lot of political support, and we're very grateful for his leadership. Senator Cruz, would you like to say a few words?
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. The eyes of the world are upon you, and everyone is proud of you. All of America is watching you, and today and yesterday represent big, big days. We're looking at a decade since we've had American astronauts launched on an American ship from American soil. And I can tell you, I sat with my wife and kids in our living room watching on TV yesterday, and I suspect we did what just about everyone watching did, including both of you, which is held our breath as it took off. And we're glad to see you've landed safely. We're glad to see you've docked. And so let me ask you, that Dragon is an amazing vehicle. How does she handle?
It flew just like it was supposed to. It was we had a couple opportunities to take it out for a spin, so to speak, once after we got into orbit last night, and again today about 20 minutes before we docked. And my compliments to the folks back at Hawthorne and SpaceX for how well it flew. It is exactly like the simulator, and we couldn't be happier about the performance of the vehicle.
What do you guys hope to accomplish in your time on the International Space Station?
Well, while we're on board the space station, of course, with the new spacecraft, we do hope to put her through her paces, and so the good ship Endeavour is going to get a lot of checkout over the next week or two here, and hopefully we'll be able to declare her operational, and Doug and I will be able to take some burden off of Chris and his crewmates, Ivan and Anatoly, so that we can keep the space station operating at its peak possibilities. So we're looking forward to contributing any way that we can, and like I said, trying to keep space station as productive as possible.
As a country, we're in the midst of a tough week. We're seeing protests, we're seeing a lot of anger, we're seeing violence. And I have to say, this launch and y'all's docking is a powerful inspiration of what we can do when we come together, of the power of unity, the power of ingenuity. And so I guess the last question I would ask you is since you have the opportunity to address, in particular, all the young people in America, what would you tell them in terms of what we can do when we can come together?
You know, that's a great question. 9 years ago, just about exactly 9 years ago, we docked with Atlantis on STS-135, the last flight of the Space Shuttle program, a 30-year program. And folks at SpaceX, folks at NASA, the Commercial Crew Program put their heads together and worked diligently year after year, making sacrifices, working hard. And then 9 years later, American launch capability was restored, and this is just one effort that we can show for the ages in this dark time that we've had over the past several months to kind of inspire especially the young people in the United States to reach for these lofty goals and work hard and look what you can accomplish.
Thank you, gentlemen. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. We have another very special guest here that represents the Johnson Space Center. And, of course, it's my good friend from the House of Representatives, Dr. Brian Babin. And I want to be clear, he also was a big part of the NASA Transition Authorization Act, which gave us the continuity of purpose to make this happen today. So, gentlemen, here is Dr. Brian Babin from the state of Texas.
Thank you. So great to be with you guys. I was at the launch yesterday. I just want to say a huge congratulations. And, you know, there was a thunderstorm that blew in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so before liftoff. And it was in doubt there for a minute, but it was just an enormous achievement. I just want to say thank you for you guys. Really appreciate what you're doing for America, and the crew that's already been up there, Chris, and your two fellow Russians. To give you a great big thank you as well. I have a son who is a Navy SEAL, and I want to thank you for your service there too, Chris. And also, I would like to just see what I know you've said that the craft, the Dragon, handled very well, but I want to see how it compares with the space shuttle. If one of you would address that, I would appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir. It certainly has been a long endeavor for us and our namesake spacecraft. We're proud to have her on board the International Space Station after all that the teams around the country and across America have done to get us here today. As far as a comparison with the space shuttle...
En este momento estamos viendo algunas palabras que están dando desde Texas a los astronautas que llegaron a la Estación Espacial Internacional. El primero que habló me parece que fue el encargado de la base en Kennedy, de la base Kennedy de NASA, y ahorita se encuentra hablando lo que es el senador de Texas. También tenemos saludos para Jesús Ángel de Ciudad Juárez, saludos, espero que nos estén sintonizando y que se le esté pasando muy bien este día.
A little bit more alive is probably the best way I would describe it. Anything else, Doug?
No? Sounds good.
Bob, what is MECO?
Sorry, I have to apologize for actually using the term MECO. It's a little bit confusing between the space shuttle and the Dragon vehicle. So it's a main engine cutoff is what MECO stands for. Those happened at different times in flight for the two vehicles. For the space shuttle, that was when you were all the way in orbit. For Dragon, that was just a little bit after 2 minutes. And then we had the single engine cutoff for second stage when we achieved orbit. So that time under the single engine under Dragon with one engine was more of an experience than the shuttle was for that 6.5 minutes or so that we were under that second stage motor.
Well, I would just like to say, in fact, Doug, did you have something you wanted to add there? I met your mother and father yesterday, Doug, and great folks. They're very, very proud of their son.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hopefully they enjoyed the launch. I know for parents, it can probably be pretty nerve-wracking for them to experience a launch. This was their third, so I'm glad everything went okay, and hopefully it was a good show. We haven't obviously heard or seen any video yet, but we're looking forward to seeing the launch replayed sometime.
I can assure you that it was a great show. It was one of the treats of my lifetime, I would have to say, and many other folks that were sitting there looking all across the country and even the world. And I can tell you, as Senator Cruz said, we've gone through some really, really rough times over the last few days, and to have that successful launch. The public-private partnership between NASA and SpaceX, and you guys being so well-trained and having it go off without a hitch was a tremendous blessing for our country. And I can't tell you how many emails and communications I've gotten from people that who were so disturbed by what's been going on, transpiring around the country, to have the great news and the wonderful liftoff and everything going without a hitch. So I just want to say God bless both of you. Thank you so very much. Bless the rest of you folks up there as well. We thank our Russian partners. And thank you, Chris. Y'all are all in our prayers, and we're looking forward to seeing you successfully complete your mission and back on safely on Earth. God bless.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just so you guys are aware, the show was in fact spectacular. The ratings on NASA TV beat everyone else. Not just some of them, it beat all of them, and that includes, just so everybody is aware, the whole world saw this. It trended #1 on Twitter. It was the #1 thing talked about on social media in general. This was an amazing moment, and it represents a transition in how we do space flight from the United States of America. NASA is not going to purchase, own, and operate rockets and capsules the way we used to. We're going to partner with commercial industry for access to low Earth orbit, and those partnerships are going to enable our providers to get customers that are not NASA and drive down our costs. And we're going to have numerous providers that are competing on cost and innovation and safety. And we're going to have more access to low Earth orbit than ever before. And this business model, now that it's been proven on commercial resupply of the International Space Station, now commercial crew to the International Space Station, this model is going to apply, and I know Senator Cruz has this near and dear to him, when we go to the moon. And of course, when we go to the moon, it's going to be done because of the great people here at the Johnson Space Center and so many other centers across the United States of America. But when we go to the moon, we're going to land on the surface of the moon with commercial landers. And of course, we're very proud of the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program being managed right here out of the Johnson Space Center as well, so that we can take small payloads to the surface of the moon. And all of this is leading up to an amazing day where we have humans living and working for long periods of time on the surface of the moon, but doing it with a purpose, and that purpose, of course, is to go to Mars. Humanity is going to explore more and be able to go further than ever before because of the public-private partnerships. We all know that if the government is creating the demand and the government is creating the supply, we will always be limited. But when we have partners that are interested in exploring commercially and doing the things that are necessary, to get capital investment, then we're all going to end up better. So I want to just say the whole world saw this. This is a new era in human space flight, and we are so grateful for the service of not just our 2 astronauts that embarked on this mission, but the 100,000 plus people that participate in it, in this mission, everything from the suppliers to the main contractors, to the NASA team, the SpaceX team. What an amazing day for our country and, in fact, for the world. I'm going to turn it over for a second to my deputy, Jim Morehard, who's been a great deputy at NASA.
Gentlemen, congratulations. You know, Jim's mentioned going to the moon. And yesterday and today, one, you've inspired the Artemis generation, which is our next generation. And that's what this is about. It's really bringing the children that we've got and our grandchildren forward. So they'll be the ones that are going.
Johansi Álvarez, disculpa que no puedo hacer una traducción continua, pero están prácticamente hablando de los nuevos proyectos que se tienen. NASA ha creado programas con empresas privadas. NASA ya no volverá a construir cohetes, entonces ellos estarán haciendo contrataciones o contratos con empresas privadas para que las empresas privadas pues se encarguen de todos los viajes espaciales de la NASA. Así como también ha estado entrevistando a los astronautas, preguntándoles de cómo fue su viaje. Y bueno, ellos afirmaron de que pues el viaje estuvo de maravilla, estuvo como lo planearon. Desafortunadamente no tuvieron mucho tiempo para dormir, ya que estuvieron monitoreando el viaje desde la Tierra hacia la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Excited to have 2 more crewmates to the Expedition 63 team.
Awesome. And of course,
Oriol Borras, claro que sí, ellos acá mencionaron también el proyecto que tienen a la Luna, estarán yendo a la Luna, es la próxima misión que se tiene en mente. Que en este caso estarían llevando a la primer mujer que va a pisar la Luna. Y después estaría practicando o se estaría pensando en la siguiente misión, que sería a Marte.
Our international partnership. We have had a tremendous partnership with Roscosmos, and we will continue to do so. But it is nice to see crew arrive from this side of the space station. So that was pretty cool after 9 years. I did have one question for Chris, though. What might you do to ensure that Bob and Doug stay longer? Do you have any strategy there?
Well, we'll slow down the rate of which I'm eating food, and maybe we can stretch out our consumables a little bit. But that's a great question. We'll have to come up with some conniving scheme here in the next few days.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Look forward to greeting the 3 of you eventually back in Ellington after your work is complete. Thank you.
And of course, Mark Geyer has an amazing deputy, Vanessa Weiss, if you'd like to come and say a few words.
Thank you, Jim. Hi, guys. You look really good. I just want to say on behalf of everybody here, we just want to thank you. It was an amazing launch, and we love seeing the docking. You guys all look really good. Just thank you for all that you're doing, and we can't wait for you to return, but not too soon. Station wants you to get a lot of work done, so looking forward to all of that. But thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Vanessa. We appreciate that.
All right, we also have with us Steve Jerzik, who is the Associate Administrator for the agency. For people who don't know what that is, that, of course, is the Chief Operating Officer of the agency. But he also ran the flight readiness review for this mission. He did really an amazing job, and I can't say enough about his leadership at the agency. Steve, if you'd like to say a few words, ask a few questions.
Hey guys, it is just great to see you all on the station. I can't tell you how my adrenaline shut down when you guys opened the hatch. I mean, I've just been on edge ever since yesterday, and the weather cleared. I can't tell you how great it's been to see you on station. It has been a team effort. I felt like the last 2 years I've kind of been part of the team, working through issues, and it's been a heck of a year and a half with Demo 1. And the in-flight abort test, and working through issues like parachutes and the escape system, and I just could not be more proud of the team for getting to this point. It's amazing, and you obviously have been part of that. I really appreciate you all showing up in Washington, D.C.
Johansi Álvarez, claro que no está mencionando nada del coronavirus. Únicamente, bueno, pues están dando las felicitaciones a los astronautas. Ya que pues ellos han trabajado duro en este viaje y pues bueno, los están felicitando por el gran evento que acaban de cumplir como astronautas, especialmente porque son de Estados Unidos.
See a vehicle come to the forward portion of the space station, but I'll tell you what, that's the only way Doug and I know how to do it. So thanks to the team for providing it to happen our way. We appreciate that.
Well, Bob and Doug, just so you're aware, I'm being given the wrap signal. Doug, did you have something to say before we wrap it up here?
Oh, no, sir. We're just happy to be here, and Chris is going to put us to work, and hopefully we will fit in and not mess too many things up.
I have no doubt that you guys are going to do amazing work. I just want you to know the President came to the launch, and the Vice President came to the launch. About half the Cabinet was at the launch. We had members of Congress and members of the Senate from both sides of the aisle. And this was an amazing moment of unity for the nation. It was an amazing moment for the whole world to look up in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic and some other challenges. We were able to have this very, very special moment where we could all look at the future and say that things are going to be brighter tomorrow than they are today. And you and the NASA team and the SpaceX team gave us that opportunity, and for that we are so grateful. I would also be remiss as the NASA administrator if I didn't promote what comes next, and of course this is the beginning. We are now launching to low Earth orbit again, but we will soon be going to the moon. We will be going to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners. We're going to use the resources of the moon to learn how to live and work for long periods of time. Ultimately, we're going to take all of that knowledge and we're going to go to Mars. And of course, this time when we go to the moon, we go with a very diverse, highly qualified astronaut corps.
El director de NASA en Houston acaba de mencionar que pues el viaje a la Luna se va a efectuar para poder entender cómo las personas pueden vivir en el espacio y de esa forma pues se podrá ir a Marte, ya que pues a Marte es un traslado muy largo, y para eso se necesita tener más experiencia con respecto a la vida en el espacio. Una vez más, igual están felicitando a los astronautas, ya que pues al parecer las transmisiones de esta misión ha sobrepasado expectativas. En las redes sociales todo el mundo está hablando acerca de esta misión. Las televisoras, todos están transmitiendo esta misión, y bueno, al parecer les acaban de mencionar que pues ha sido todo un éxito esta misión.
Thank you for your participation in today's historic event, and thank you for the leadership that has enabled it.
Y con eso terminamos, me parece, la cálida bienvenida a los astronautas a la Estación Espacial Internacional. Oriol Borras, no estoy seguro si van a poner una base en la Luna, pero lo más probable es que sí lo hagan, ya que para ir de la Tierra a Marte va a ser un camino muy lejano. Entonces lo más probable es de que sí se llegue a poner una base en la Luna, y las salidas a Marte serían desde la Luna. En este momento estamos viendo que se están preparando para la foto. Creo que sería todo. La otra idea es crear una estación espacial como la internacional, pero en este caso sería orbitando la Luna, ya que la Luna se encuentra en órbita alta. Entonces sería mucho más fácil lanzar naves o salir desde una estación ya que se encuentra en el espacio hacia Marte, ya que salir de la Tierra pues requiere de mucha energía, es un poco más complicado, y estando en la Luna pues sería mucho más fácil, especialmente si se encuentra una base ahí en la Luna. Esperemos que todo esto llegue a concluirse. Para el 2030 estaremos viendo ya soluciones para lo que es el viaje a Marte. Y para el 2024 se estaría efectuando el vuelo hacia la Luna, llevando a la primera mujer para pisar el suelo de la Luna.
Of the SpaceX Demo 2 mission in conjunction with NASA. On behalf of all the teams that participated in this mission, from Hawthorne to Houston to Mission Control.
Claro que sí, están dando ya lo que es por terminada la misión, que se irá que se efectuó el día de ayer. Y bueno, pues como último tenemos saludos saludos para Cristian mío desde Los Olivos. Claro que sí, esperemos que todos la hayan pasado bien, y esto fue toda la transmisión para esta misión. Estaremos transmitiendo también el regreso de los astronautas. Esperemos que todos se encuentren en contacto para que lo puedan sintonizar y podamos ver cómo se haría el despegue de esta cápsula Dragón desde la Estación Espacial Internacional hacia la Tierra. Saludos hasta Barcelona, España. Saludos Oriol Borras, espero pronunciar bien tu nombre. Saludos, y a todos los que no se han suscrito a este canal, háganlo, denle like, compartan con sus amigos, y nos estaremos viendo en la próxima transmisión. Muchas gracias por estar en este canal, y nos vemos en la próxima transmisión. No se les olvide suscribirse, darle like y nos vemos en la siguiente transmisión. Hasta luego.